Oh, you know what? It might be because it's a minor version upgrade. It might not be a whole thing. Alright, making sure there's nothing else I gotta worry about.
Thank you, Flem Sneezy, for subscribing for 28 months.
And thank you, Flem Sneezy, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. Been subbed to the channel for 28 months, 2 years and 4 months, a heckin' long time. So I really do appreciate that, and thank you so much for everything. Seems like it's taking a while. No, this is normal. The booting up the world takes a minute. Have you done your best to avoid messing with time setting in Zomboid and RimWorld? Yeah, I haven't ever messed with RimWorld time settings, but Project Zomboid time settings are one to be very careful about. It feels like anything I could solve with making days longer, you could be solved with less invasive things. Yep. I'm Steve here. Welcome, Alana. It's good to have you. Can we get a shout out for Alana Rama? Also gained their 5-stream streak. Why is my screen looking like death? Why? We didn't go to sleep with ourselves in utter agony from cold. Why did the cold get so angry when we came back in? We're warming up, apparently. That's a interesting side effect of,
Thank you, Sentient_Cookie, for subscribing for 44 months. Subby wubby
Alright, first, thank you, Sentient Cookie, for the tier 3 sub. That's 44 months you've been subbed to the channel, which is a hecking long time, beyond all ridiculousness. So I appreciate that. But also, with that said, kicking off a hype train to level 2 and all that. But also, again, check out Alana Rama, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, playing some Oceaneers earlier today. I believe you're playing, that was the demo version, right? And you also played Starbirds? If I'm wrong, I know you were talking about it. I don't know if it happened. But also looking at that, but again, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team plays a whole lot of the same games we do. If you like the content here, pretty good chance you're going to like the content there. That is how it kind of works. Okay, so we are heckin' cold. I wonder if that's just a case of the update, or something happened with that. Okay, so we're warming up way faster, standing next to our little fire. So we're supposed to be at a perfectly normal, healthy, safe body temperature now, but I still have like the weird white blur around the edges of the screen, as if we're freezing to death. I'm really hoping those will go away. Yeah, Starbirds is awesome. Oceaneers seems a little like it'll be cool. It was a demo. Gotcha. Yeah, that's kind of what I was figuring. I don't really know what to do right now.
Hi, husband.
Hi, wifey.
Wonderful.
Thank you. I love you.
I love you. Enjoy.
Will do. All right. So, I am suddenly realizing, why is my screen covered in white still? Is it just gonna stay that way forever? Right, so we were working on a greenhouse outside. Root of the mods, finally. Yep, okay. I'm not super sure what... Okay, the weird effect around the edge of the screen where everything was awful went away. And I got the bricks and all that. That's right, we started setting up the greenhouse. And so I've got a bunch of the glass up. But we didn't have enough. I think we figured it was something like 90-something glass we needed. So I'm probably gonna go back down below. Hey, wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. What's this nonsense? Get out of my basement. Ah, there's your problem. Because that's not lit up enough, we spawned crap down there. Because it's gonna go down there while I was waiting and continue to work here. So I got all that being processed. How are we on food? I do have some food on me. My hunger is still full. I was expecting that to have gone down by now. So unless I like spawned in with instantly bugged food, I would have expected that to change. Alright. So let's see what we could do from here. Right, so if I want more bronze, I need more of the spherite, whatever the crap it's called. I think, didn't we make more bronze bars? Those must be the 2 on the floor already. And let's see where we're at with that. Thank you so much for the level 2 hype train with 2 subs. Really do appreciate that. One is a tier 3, which is part of why I was so high, but thank you so much for that. Put this to use. What time is it in game? Oh, it's like 5. Yeah, we don't want to go to bed right now. Yeah, so we got a little... Okay, our food is going down. Okay, that's good news. And I have 2 pickaxes. I have a lot of axes. I have a lot of axes. I don't remember what we were doing with all those axes. So I wasn't going for oak. Right, I needed more maple. Because we were working on... up here, debarking the maple trees to make our greenhouse walls. Yeah, because they made good progress, but there's obviously more to be done. Okay, so let's go wander over to where the maple trees are. It should be light soon, so we can go ahead and get a bunch more maple trees cut down. And all that stuff. Let's switch that to our other hand so we're not getting hungry for no reason. But yeah, so we've been getting through our food a bit faster. I did notice we finally actually have the snowflake icon as opposed to the leaf, which leads me to believe that it didn't actually consider us in winter till January. Which, don't get me wrong, January is winter, but certainly December is winter, and then November, that gets a little bit more complicated based on where you're at. But usually the coldest 2 months in my mind is mid to late December and January, and by February you're starting to warm up. You don't actually get to the point where you'd consider it spring until, like, you know, maybe March. Are maple trees evil? All trees. All trees are in league with the zombies. Okay. So pretty much we're just cutting down any trees you see. But they bleed delicious, nutritious maple syrup? Hey, they can be evil and delicious. These aren't mutually exclusive. Okay. And we're also always on the lookout for resin and other goodies we can use. I'm starting to take the time to collect horsetail when I see it, which is something I should have been doing for a long time, but that's fine. Okay. It does make me curious, if I went into an area and I deliberately planted the horsetail, would the horsetail spread from there? Could I make a horsetail farm? Or is it one of those things that you just have to forage for it? It could also be a thing that it just naturally regrows here and there. And there's no real determination on it. Like, other than, like, you're in the appropriate zone, or height, or altitude, or temperature, or whatever the requirements are. I have no idea the level of depth the naturally occurring plants have in the game. I would assume a decent amount. Like, it'd at least consider biome and everything. Okay. And then the other thing we would want is an absolutely obnoxious amount of firewood for whenever we do charcoal. Right now, that's not the priority. I've got, I believe, a stack and a half of charcoal still left. Which isn't an incredible amount, but it's not nothing. It'll also be interesting with all these trees gone in the future, with them not covering where the snow's going to come down. All the issues related to that. Because then during the winter, everything turns that way. I'm pretty eager to get out of winter. Unfortunately, my suspicion is winter goes through at least all of February. That does also mean I am going to need to rely on hunting more than I have been. Which is going to get really tricky real fast when I start running out of arrows. It's almost like sharpened flint is not a great tool for cutting down a full-grown tree. It's fine. I'm curious to see how Space Engineers goes after it gets a couple of updates after its Apex update. I wonder if with the generally negative feedback they've gotten about the radiation mechanic and how it's implemented, what they'll do. Because I definitely know Keen, the developers behind Space Engineers, they've got a mixed past isn't what I want to say. That's not... that gives implications that I don't necessarily agree with. There's times that they've done really well where they'll release something and they'll get feedback and they'll be very responsive to it. And there's other times they've gotten feedback and basically utterly ignored the community. They've really kind of gone things, and it wasn't even like, oh, but this is our vision kind of thing. They're one of those companies that you don't really know what to expect from them a lot of times. Don't get me wrong, Space Engineer is an excellent game, but yeah, it definitely feels like sometimes they half-bake things and rush them out and then, you know, aren't willing to put the time in to make it right, and other times they are. I would say it's an inconsistent company, is the way I would frame it. Okay, so we're starting to get too cold. which is going to be, I think, a pretty constant headache for the winter. Wasn't quite as prepared as I probably should have been. But that's okay. We're actually not in too bad a straits for anything. We could certainly have done more. That said, overall, so far, my experience in this game with winter has been it's harder than Project Zomboid, but not particularly bad. Like, Project Zomboid winter is one of those things that when you're new to the game, you're like, oh my god, winter's coming. How am I going to survive? It's going to be so rough. It's going to be so terrible. And then you get into winter, you're like, oh, okay, this is nothing. I just got to put on, like, an extra layer of clothing, and my farming doesn't work. Okay, that's fine. That's no biggie. Yeah, so probably cut this tree down, and we'll head back. Yep, so it looks like at about -2 degrees Celsius we start getting the little border on our screen being like, yo, your body temperature's crashing, friend. I do like with Project Zomboid that they do the whole consideration of don't you have lots of logs at home, or did you use them? So the logs I have at home are firewood. I've already split them into firewood, and I need logs as logs. I do have tons of oak, but I've been saving that for leather working. Versus the wood we're grabbing right now is maples for debarking, for purposes of making our greenhouse. And I'm kind of hoping that what I could do is we can run home now, and I can clear the crap out of our basement and go for more of the, quartz for making more of the ceiling for the greenhouse. Yeah, so I get a bunch of this for a minute here while we're warming up and all that. I won't be able to go outside right away. Let's just drop all the maple there. And the sticks. The rest that's fine. Have ourselves a snack. That snack gave us nothing. So that means I'm going to be needing to make some bread. So I can go down here real fast. Any of you done? Okay, so we got our soaked hides. And our processed hides there. Drop you off. So those are all scraped hides. These are raw hides. So how much borax do I need to make you into a soaked hide? 4 liters each. So let's drop you in there. Grab the bucket. And that'll be the 8 liters there. Okay, so that's all processing. And let's grab the belt. And grab your bucket. We need a sauna next winter. That would actually be cool if that's a mechanic in the game, that we could just, like, make a sauna so you could go in there and warm up. Oh, what games? It's RimWorld. I do really appreciate in RimWorld the silliness that you could be suffering from hypothermia and heat stroke at the same time. It's like, don't get me wrong, you could certainly cause yourself all sorts of problems with like switching temperatures to an extreme and kind of shocking your body. But that's very different from heat stroke and hypothermia simultaneously. Those two, I believe, are mutually exclusive. Okay, well, that's doing its thing. Let's drop down here. Put away the horsetail. Yep, and nothing else to drop off here right now. Okay, so let's take our raw bread. Maybe a hot tub would be possible. Find yourself, like, a hot springs. What game was it I played recent? Oh, I think it was this one. When I was, like, after the first time when I was messing with it off stream, I just ran around. I think I found a geologically active biome or whatever they called it. Alright, so let's get our spelt bread made. But yeah, so basically the problem I've got is down below where we're going to eventually have our charcoal pit. That the charcoal pit is too dark. And so enemies are spawning down there. And once this set's done, I'm going to eat some of that. We'll run down and I'll debark the logs, I guess. To be being productive while we're cooking bread. So I'm not just standing here hovering. One thing I'm looking forward to as well, once we start getting, like, making porridge again for around the house, is just the whole not needing to worry about burning the food. So grab all those. Grab the copper hammer. Okay, so you go boom, axe, I'm ready to swap the bread again. We can drop our hammer down here and everything. Okay. Let's get inside before our bread burns. Okay, just keeping the bread going. Yeah, the music in this game is so very nice and chill. Okay, so we've got that going there. Let's go ahead and keep working on this. Very good variety too. Oh yeah. Alright, let's go inside to check on our bread. Okay, so I did get a bit more of that done. We got about 2 more stacks of wood left. So it wasn't as productive of a trip anyways, but all that said, every little bit we get is good. My hope, though, is that we can get down below. It's just having to stop to cook all the bread was a pain. Okay, and there's the last of the wood we just grabbed. A big thing that's hurting me is how far away I have to go to get wood. And we planted a bunch, but it's just not growing very fast in the winter. Okay, we'll definitely need to clean up the floor down there, because a lot of that floor is actually just ice. That'll need to be dealt with. Alright, so we get this, then we try popping down below, and seeing if I can get down there to grab more quartz, because the entire lower area still is just teeming with quartz. And it's going to be an effort to clean it up. Because I want more clear quartz for making the greenhouse. That greenhouse looks very big. Yes, it's literally going to be the maximum size in the width and length. Height it won't be. But width and length it's going to be max size. Okay, 1 second. One there. One there. One here. One here for a moment. One right smack in the middle of the room. Okay, let's grab myself more packed dirt. Where are you? There we go. All right. And this time I don't have copper pickaxes to try and preserve. Yeah, so we're looking for the clear quartz, not the regular quartz. But, then the plan is going to be to mark this off, like, where the separation is, so I can make sure we keep it to the side. I can't remember, it's something like 14 by 14 is the limit. There, and that's how I'll mark that, is where the stairs are. Okay. And I do think I'll take the time to fill in the surrounding area with the packed dirt, which I wasn't doing the last time. But then I noticed how much stuff was, like, spawning inside the walls around. It's like, alright, hang on. It's gonna get obnoxious hearing all the scary things in the walls and wondering, okay, is that actually in my basement that I gotta deal with it? Is it in the walls where I don't have to deal with it? Is it outside? Okay. There is so much quartz. It's good that there's so much quartz. But also, there is so much quartz. And I do have more bronze ingots. So, in a pinch, I can make more pickaxes that can collect a bunch of this stuff. So I'm not using the last of my bronze, only to find myself then unable to keep the work going. How far does this go this way? I'm trying to kind of gauge out how far this goes. Because holy crap, when you hit a quartz node, you get a lot of quartz. It's quite a vein. Oh yeah, and that's the thing of like, man. Because that other wall, the quartz vein keeps going that direction too. I mined a bunch of it, but there's still a bunch left. Okay, let's... There. Because that's the dimensions on how far out I want that to go. Because I'm kind of trying to reach one edge, so I can kind of work from that edge and, like, fill it in slowly. But then I'm not finding the edge. Keeps going deeper. Case in point. It's probably larger than your house and farm. If you're counting the berries, no. If you're talking like the actual farm, absolutely. It's not in the direction of the farm, so we're not underneath it, we're the other way. But it's absolutely more than that. Is that it? Nope. I keep thinking I've reached the edge, and then it's just like one block over to the left. It's like, alright, so just another outcropping. Keep going that way. You gotta be getting close. There could be bits under the floor, too. I'm not so worried about that. If there is, there is. I mean, whatever. Like, if I go and the floor itself has some... This is the vein that never ends. It goes on, my friends. So people started mining it, not knowing what it was. And they'll continue mining it forever just because. Alright, we finally hit an end in this direction, so boom. Cool. I got one little segment that we found the end of. I need to eat because we're going to start starving soon. Diggy diggy hole, digging a hole. Yep. Well, I think we're going to be pretty good on quartz for a good while. want to deal with that. Let's go this way. I'm kind of hoping that this is the end of this side. Alright. Because I was also realizing with the dirt, as we go and have to level out some of the area to make room for the farms to, like, not make them obnoxious to navigate, I'm going to get a lot of dirt in my inventory. I can also see at different points going to some of the areas where we've got, like, a bunch of surrounding area where we've got all these hills that are really obnoxious to get around, either tunneling through them or making a more reasonable climb than have to just, like, scale back and forth. I could see cleaning those up as well. Cool. Bigger thing is at the rate I'm going, I need a box just for my quartz. Like my regular quartz. How's my inventory? So I got one free tile left. And then we're full. Make that 2 tiles left, and then we're full, because we just broke that pickaxe. Okay. And those other dirt walls, still have more quartz behind them. That's just so you could frame out, like, hey, how far in this direction can I go, and it still qualify as a charcoal pit. Okay. Enter back to 1 tile left of inventory, so what I can do, check you up there, and then when I see the last slot of my toolbar fill up with brick or whatever, means I know we're good. At that stage, very genuinely, I need to just make a bunch more pathway, and go and take that pathway like the next day and just expand our road. So I can get rid of all that dirt and stone and all that. Okay. We'll finish this row because we've moved on to that next row there. Cleaning all this up. Filling all this in. We can move you back up there, and honestly, you back up here. Stop finding new offshoots of this quartz vein, please. Alright. Cool. Let's check to make sure there's not one on the top here. There's not, thankfully. Okay. We've exhausted all of our dirt. Bring it up here. Close that so you don't have to worry about our stuff. Nothing else here needing process. We do have the borax. So let's see. We'll deal with that in a minute. For right here, we're getting some nice light rain again today. Feels nice with the recent heat wave. Glad to hear it. So I have a lot of just regular quartz. I think genuinely I'm gonna start chucking the quartz into one of these crates. Because I've got enough of it that I might as well do that. Oh, that's borax. Quartz. 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 Alright. Okay, I think it's just one more clerk sitting out there. Yeah, so that's borax, 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 borax. Cool. So this will have all of the, all 474 quartz in there. So now I need the sticks. So I can go here. And drop off all the extra sticks. And grab you and the saw to make more ceiling tiles. Okay, so there's another 26 ceiling tiles. I also have a ton of those to deal with. So let's grab the dirt. Even more stuff here. Okay, so I got all the dirt used. Grab all of this. And that. Okay, so I got a lot of path to put down. Yeah, so I got tons of path to put down. I've got some glass and all that. That's all fine. Okay, we could start by... Oh, I have more brick to get rid of. We can start by just putting down more of the glass. And I do realize only half of this needs to be done. But I want it to look nice. So all the places I intend on putting the actual plants, I am going to, cover with the glass. Okay. So we're getting there. So one thing I could do... right now is stencil out the area. Just realized I don't need to be doing it that way. Cool. Okay, so these will be the pathways between all that. I'll need to fill in all these tiles with dirt, which is fine. Then that'll be good. Need to finish building all this. I'll probably want to make an actual path here as well. So I wonder if putting this here will disrupt the door. Yeah. So I'm learning here. So that needs to go down a tile. There's apparently a gaping chasm below here. I forgot about that. Alright, so that's actually going to need to be stairs. Have you explored it? Yes. Way back I explored that. And that'll need to be a regular old block. Okay, so we're not going to worry about trying to get all that fixed right now. That'll do just as it is for the moment, because we can't... Until it's done, it's not very useful. Okay, so I've got all of this junk. We need to drop that stone off in one of these boxes. Okay, and I've got all that. Alright, so the place we're going for the sapphirite is where? To the west. So I'm going to work on that west-facing road for a minute. To basically just get rid of a whole lot of pathway. Which I'm pretty sure the west-facing road is literally us just dumping... dumping this on the surface of the water where it had frozen over with ice. Okay. And I'm sure at some point I'll want to make, like, a bridge or whatever to get a boat under if we do end up expanding this. Okay. Yeah, because honestly with this lake being so frozen. This is way easier than have to like crawl to the edge and then slowly build behind me kind of thing. Assuming structural integrity isn't a thing. Yeah, so there's not structural integrity on buildings. Like, I can remove the supports from underneath and it will just be fine. They don't simulate that. You can do stuff where you can turn on cave-ins and all that. Or where, like, the dirt slides the sides and all that. Okay. But, not much past that. Okay, so we're good there. And now I just got a bunch of stairs again. Alright. So how far did we get that road? Yes, I mean, the road got a good ways. We still have to get over here. And then the plan is to just cut through and just keep going west. But you can see I haven't even been over to where the Sephiroth is this entire time. I do think, since it's still marking this as calm, I'm going to go over there. Let's actually, we can just go ahead and take this route. Because as frozen as this lake is, I probably can just skirt the edge of the water until I get close. Okay. I'm surprised we're not getting cold. Alright. Now, a big concern is we run into any dangerous animals out here. My visibility is crap. Yeah, the information in the corner. So where I mentioned earlier, what I don't do any type of like overhaul mods or anything. So this one I do have a couple of UI mods I've added since I started playing. And yeah, so that bottom, the information like showing like what altitude I am, the weather and temperature and all that, those are mods I am running. And they don't change anything mechanically about how the game works. It saves me having to go like this constantly to check on stuff. Okay. Oh. We got the hill between us. Had one of the spear-throwing enemies back there. Let's have very little to gain for fighting them. It's not where I need to be, I'm just running past. Alright. I can go back down here again. I don't remember if I actually cleaned out the ore here. Or if, like, my tools broke partway through, or what happened there. If I remember correctly, I followed this up to this icon. And there we go. Okay, so there's no ore nearby. How's the greenhouse doing? It's coming along. Yep, I know we dropped down here. I long since lost track of what the heck was going on down this area. Yeah, it's back up and that's down more. So let's go to just one of these walls here in the middle. So we have trace amounts of sapphirite here. Something sounded terrible down there. So trace amounts. Ah, there we go. There's some zinc right there. Oh, and it's right here too. I forgot how hard the zinc is to see in the andesite. We ran into that the last time I came down here for zinc. That's finding is just near impossible to see. Still trace amounts. I'm hearing some nasty nearby, so somewhere we've got either in my already mined tunnels something big and scary, or something like there's a tunnel system down here somewhere. I'm gonna find something scary down here. Okay, so no ore nearby. I consider that a dead end. We had found ore down here, so I'm going to go to the side here. One thing I really ought to do is for this particular network of tunnels, because they're becoming such a mess where it's super hard to navigate, I almost kind of want to go back up to the top layer and give myself a much cleaner way in and out. And start tidying up some of this area in between. You don't have that Minecraft mod. Well, it's not Minecraft. So, you certainly don't have the Minecraft mod for not Minecraft. Okay. And I haven't found a proper tin vein. I found just kind of scattered bits of it. So that's a different ore. That's not what we're looking for. Alright. So we found trace amounts. Alright, so this I feel like I'm looping back over myself and making a mess. Let's get back up here. Yeah, so got all this. Do we find anything here? Trace amounts. And I don't believe it can happen in the ore above. So 3, 4, 5, 6. And that'll be 7. Still finding trace amounts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm trying to gauge where some of this stuff is. Medium amounts. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Small amounts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then this would be the 7th. So this is where we found medium amounts. We put a little gate there. So 1, 2, 3, and there's ore. There's some zinc up here. There's some zinc up there. Alright, looks like we got a pocket of zinc in here. Which is what we're after. Okay. So zinc definitely feels like it has more up and down than a lot of other materials I've gone and done. So it's not as easy as like, oh, just follow the flat vein. A lot more ore showing up at kind of diagonals of each other. So I feel like in this case, I just want to dig a little bit wider than I normally would. It's like each time I hit one, let's carve the area around it out. Because a lot of the other stuff, when I find it, you find these really big veins that you can just kind of go through and scoop up a whole lot of material pretty easily. Alright. Okay, here's another piece of zinc. Same deal. Good to get all the stone immediately around it. There's another piece of zinc. And more. Rocket stone, yep. Need to eat some of her bread. So I've got some decent medium chunks. Okay, so I'm not seeing more right here. So let's go ahead and do another survey, see if it tells me there's any nearby. So it says there's a small amount still nearby. There we go. Okay, and there's more right there. One is above me? One is above me at the moment. Oh, yep, straight above me. Good eye. And I see the other one right there. Get to it in a second. And then there's more up here. And more. Okay. Yes, I'm gonna get a better feel of like the way these veins go, though. They're kind of like it's a very vertical vein. It almost seems like it doesn't quite spiral, but sort of has a little bit of a twist. Maybe it's like a slice in it, but it is very vertical compared to all the other ones I've pulled up. Okay. Let's go and take another check to see what it says is nearby. Okay, we're down to trace amounts. All right. Let's check the floor here. Okay, so still trace amounts. I'm gonna go a little farther this way since we found a bunch going down this direction. Yeah, it definitely feels like the material I've had the hardest time working out its design pattern, whatever you want to call, like where to search for it, so far as like when we hit some. Definitely feels like it's the zinc. And then the added thing of how hard it is to see in this particular stone. I'm wondering if other stones it's easier to see, and I just happen to have this one as a really rough one. Okay, we got more zinc here. And more zinc up there. All right. Still trace amounts. Oh, there's some behind me. Well, the good news is this is a decent amount of zinc. So I should be able to get a decent amount of bronze out of this when we're done. Okay, and I'll break this block and see if it says more. No ore nearby, so we have fully tapped that. And I'm not seeing, just checking to make sure there's no, like... Oh, I still don't have full inventory? Okay, that's good. Cool. And we'll check down here as well. How big is the nearby? I think it's like 6 or 8 tiles. So it's enough the stuff way up there wouldn't be detected down here. But it is in all directions. Let's get peek around here real fast. Okay. I can dig down here, because below key I'm kind of hoping we'll sit there and see, like, very large thing. Yep, so still trace amounts. Let's go back up here. And mine this so I can keep going a bit deeper. There's a good chance it's actually up from this area. But genuinely don't know, so I'm just... Oh, from what I thought I saw zinc there. I'm also low-key looking at this pickaxe being on its last limb, just like, yeah, let's just use it up. If I find more zinc, great. If not, that's fine too. I'll fill up another inventory spot with all this stone. Bring that back with me. Okay, and let's hit this corner and see what happens. Still trace amounts. I think I'm well below wherever it's supposedly at. This will also probably work out because around the time I break this bronze pickaxe, I'll probably be ready to eat the last of that bread. And I'll be able to grab, like, an extra stack. I keep seeing, like, the little brown details, thinking that it's zinc. Okay. Alright. Huh? Oh, I think I actually threw a piece of stone and hit myself. That's fine. Yeah, no, realistically, it's either up here or, you know, underneath the stairwell or something like that. Okay. Alright, so now I just gotta find our way out of here. That wasn't too bad. Would turning the contrast way up help? I don't think in that case, because the contrast between the gray and the brown is already very close. I think I'd, like, at the amount I'd have to turn up the contrast would probably make the game terrible to look at. It just so happens to be that the gray and the brown there are roughly the same brightness, so they don't really stand out against each other. And that also the gray and brown, in addition to that, are close enough in color themselves that they also don't particularly stand out super well. I've only noticed that problem with that specific combination so far. All the other ores have been relatively easy to see. And that might even be just the nature of those particular two, as that's just kind of one of the side effects of why zinc is hard. Is it's just a little bit less noticeable. Now, it could even be, though, if I find in one of the other ore types, it's super duper easy to see. I honestly have no idea. Because, like, if it was, for example, in slate or shale, which is almost black, that would stand out extremely well, because you have that very light tin color. I don't know if it does show in slate and shale, by the way. I just know they show up in multiple ore types. Okay. And out of curiosity, are you hearing any background noise? I'm just curious. I have to make a little bit of noise in the background, and I don't want to bother her unless it's actually picking up. I think she heard me. And I'm guessing from the lack of comments. No, puppy. Now's not a good time, puppy. Oh, I'm totally getting eaten by this dog. Never mind. I thought for sure have to... Oh. Jeez. You only hear me in the game? That's good. I was just double checking. As well as ones I wasn't sure, because, like, on that fence of whether or not I was gonna pick up and I wasn't sure which way I was going. Because, you know, I don't want to make her, like, have to turn off all audio or anything. Okay. So I get a ton of brick here. Genuine with as much of that I pulled up, I probably really should go out of my way to do like a dirt collection run to make more path and all that. You know, at this point she's got it turned off. Okay, so you won't hear anything. The snow-covered porch and fence is looking really cozy. Yeah. Alright, so I'll probably need to do a dirt run. Okay, don't have more flint because I've not been being good about picking it up. Alright, what do we want to do with this? Because I've got too much of a lot of things. I'm going to consider that like a full block thing. Oh, we can grab you out of here. That'll be what works. So chuck all that in there. Go over to you, drop the charcoal in there. I can grab these medium chunks. And then the hammer. That's what you want to see. That is a lot of zinc. We'll bandage ourselves again. Grab you, and 1, 2, 3, 4. We are going through our food way too fast. Meanwhile, in your own game, you're in year 2, and you place 2 trunks outside to let last year's veggies rot faster. That way you can harvest a lot. Yeah, no, I didn't get my farm really set up as early as I would have liked to. But that's okay. Like, it's interesting how different this works. When I was playing off stream, I made the comment of just whether it was the biome or whatever I was in. I found myself with just no shortage of like carrot and parsnip and those kind of seeds, onions and all that. Like really, really no issue getting any of that food happening. But then in this one, like I really struggled to get food towards the beginning so far as like that kind of stuff. And definitely one thing I've learned is with all this, the bread is not particularly great so far as your day-to-day food. There's just a lot of labor and work that goes into it that I wish I kind of kept it as the grains themselves and then use those grains to make the porridge. Because it'll last longer that way. Okay, so that's going to take a minute. Drop our zinc down here. So once we get our food sorted, I've got bronze to make. And a lot of it. We need pies, cakes, and ice cream? Yes. Yeah, bread, if you char it, lasts very long time and stacks well. It's good travel food for long trips. but it's way more work, especially with only one oven. Can't make hardtack. Not that I'm aware of. That said, we can burn the bread, and I think that's pretty close to what hardtack is. Are there sandwiches? No, not in vanilla, because I already checked to see if there was a recipe with the bread. No, RimWorld, not tonight. Keep in mind, I'm a variety streamer, and while I do play RimWorld, like, it isn't quote-unquote my main game. It's probably my most consistently played game on the channel. But yeah, no, I do variety. So doing Vintage Story tonight. Alright, so let's go here and grab out a bunch of this. So I got, there's some of this, there's the copper, that's lead, zinc, bronze stuff, lead. Oh, I'm low on copper. So I'll have to do a copper run here in a minute. I didn't realize I had depleted our copper so much. That's still fine. I still got some spare bronze. Okay, so with the ratios of this, so I got the copper. So that'll be enough for 3 rounds. So I believe I would need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then, well, actually no, because it was for an ingot. We'll deal with it when we're down there. We'll drop the next thing of bread in. I'll figure out what it takes for me to make an ingot or 2. Or we'll just chuck in the stuff for making some pickaxes. Let's see, 2 dough plus 8 meat. You think veggies optionally? Oh, that's interesting because when I checked the bread, yeah, so you had like all of our different bread options. So we took the spelt bread. There's no, it's not an ingredient for anything other than rotting. You mentioned pie? So cheese pie? Oh, interesting. Okay. So weirdly enough, if we look at the... Oh, so it needs to be dough. I see. For making pie. Okay. My brain was thinking sandwiches. And I was like, I looked for sandwiches. Yeah. No, you got it. Yep, makes sense. Alright, so we just gotta wait for this set to finish. If we go over here to you, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. Yes, I don't have enough material to make more than 1 ingot right now with that. Deal with that in a minute. So we can heat up some ingots and make some pickaxes. Because I am finding, I don't see... It almost feels like I don't have a reason to really make the copper tools anymore after getting what I need for bronze, unless, you know, I just happen to, like, run out of the materials kind of thing. Since the bronze is primarily copper within itself. and it doesn't really take much resources to get the rest going. Alright, so let's get the charcoal. And get that there. Drop you here. Get you going. Get you going. Before I forget and burn myself, grab you. I probably genuinely need to... Please let me out. Let's see, if you don't find much additional bronze ingredients, making plain copper tools could say those, but if you have plenty, yeah, bronze is better. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like this game, though, if you take the time to go out of your way for materials, you could just stay in the higher tier tools much easier. Like, there isn't a reason to drop back and save your good stuff for a lot of things as much. I'm not seeing the need for. Let's grab the hammer. And we need a pickaxe. Helps if you use the right tool. Yeah, that'd have to be quite unlucky, or you're just really not like mining. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like it's only a big problem if you just kind of left it alone till you ran your supplies out kind of deal. And we'll grab our pickaxe head. And another pickaxe head. And I realized I could just use the molds if I wanted. It wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea to have just like a dedicated space where I just have like 4 molds or whatever. Probably won't be too long before I'm gonna need to make a new set of shears and a new saw blade. Okay. Alright, and with that, we can go grab some sticks. Cool, so I got 4 pickaxes. Could probably be way overkill for what I need. Let's drop off this. I should have probably made a shovel as well, but that's okay. I guess it's 1. We can go to sleep till it's daytime. Tool heads and sticks stack, finished ones don't. Yeah, no, I've noticed that. Oh, yeah, you're saying to save space. just carry the heads and the handles. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It also feels like super weird to me that I don't want to do it that way. Alright. So I've got the axes still. We can break a bunch of these axes, getting ourselves some more maple. I also just realized I still have my blacksmith thing on me. Let's go chop this stuff up. If I happen to see any animals, we will kill them. Because I am going to need to make more food happen. Alright. There's a hardy tree. What type are you? Maple? Good. What's that tree down there to my right? Let's go figure out what that is in just a second. Alright, so this is a really big tree, so it's going to take me a hot minute to actually cut through it. But it should give me a decent amount of lumber from it. Ah, a pear tree. Okay. Yeah, I got a couple of these trees going around. Let's go pull that up to plant in the orchard we started. So that'll be 2 attempts to planting another one of those trees. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I don't feel like trying to find my way back out here to him again and again. So I'm taking the cuttings, and I'll just bring them back, and as the trees grow there, I'll keep snipping off the branches again and again to do that. I'm sure it's nowhere near the best idea for the efficiency side of it. But marking the tree to come back out to trim it again and again, meh. I've actually got a couple of pear trees and all that back home. You could leave the stump? That's fair. So I could chop off the top half. I could. The snowballs do, I believe, is 1 damage. So I could throw them at the bear. And it would certainly make the bear unhappy. And then probably make me unhappy shortly after the bear mauls me. Okay. And that's an oak tree. Which isn't actually what I'm trying to be out here for. But that's fine. I already started cutting it down, so I'm just going to commit to it. Alright, we're probably getting pretty soon to having all of our axes broken. Yeah, you could melt snow into water if you're far from actual water. Yeah, no, I noticed that. Before we figured out how to actually get the water out of the bucket into a tile, I was experimenting with that, thinking that that might be how you did it, but eventually got it sorted with help. It's a lot of that kind of stuff that there certainly could be a little bit more clarity in the game. Where it's not like the concept idea is simple, but like the actual game, okay, how do I actualize that? You know, knowing the correct button inputs kind of thing. Alright, well. Yeah, it has its wiki needed moments. Yeah, no, and I'm definitely of the mindset that whatever your game needs to be able to play it, like, successfully, needs to be in the game. And there's a difference between that and min-maxing, to be clear. That very genuinely, I don't mind if you have to, like, consult wikis or videos or whatever to figure out how to min-max. But, for, like, just the basic, this is what you need to do the things in the game. Like, the in-game wiki, I think, is okay. I think it's good to have that kind of system. It does have its places where it's not quite right. Can you make animal traps? I can. Right now, because I need bait and all that, I kind of don't want to use my food to maybe get stuff. Oh, here, what I could do is take this, just plunk it down there real quick. Where did my torches go? Oh, they got put in my offhand. That's fine. Agreed, but they're on a good trajectory at the in-game handbook. It's missing a few things, but it's way better than most games. Oh, I agree. There's a lot of games where you pop in a game and you're staring at going, like, the very first time I played The Long Dark, I went into the survival mode, not the story mode, because the story mode wasn't complete, and figuring out how to do anything was impossible. I had to, like, turn around and absolutely go into the story mode, because the story mode had, you know, sort of a mini tutorial in it. But, like, I remember sitting there with what I needed to light a fire, kindling, and the wood and everything, and just, like, staring at the ground going, how do I make this into fire? Okay. Alright, so I don't... Actually, I do have an axe. Okay, so I need to make room for that. We'll drop the firewood. I'm gonna cut it up anyways. It's fine. Alright, so I got 4 saplings out of it. Okay, and after this one I need to get back indoors because we're slowly freezing to death. Oh, I'm not worried about that. A lot of these things, when you have, like, renewable resources in the game, it's like, why are you wasting it? It's like, eh. It comes back. Alright, we need to start actually going out our way to get home. I was just sitting here saying, it's like, I did take the charcoal out of the, We can plant more? Exactly. That was, one of my friends were talking about, like, how invasive mint is. And, you know, the one joked about, like, he liked the smell of mint. Maybe you could, like, throw mint leaves on the ground, so when you, like, walked around, you could, like, have the smell of mint there and all that. And everyone was like, oh my god, that's such a waste of mint. And we're kind of going, like, it's an invasive species. You can't waste it. It's just there. It's everywhere. Like, the objective is to get rid of a bunch of it. Alright, so let's get you back up here. Grab you back. I need the hammer again. Let's grab the maple, do this. Okay, then we broke our axe. If right now I can drop this. Let's see. So we've got the oak. We can drop oak in the box we have back here for the oak. Oh, how are these things doing? And we got our first batches of proper leather. We've got those. Okay, so let's see here. So scraped leather and all that, if we want to make it prepared, I need per leather 10 weak tannin. And I've got a ton of this. Yep, so I need an entire barrel of weak tannin. So you can go like this, sealed, and that's that whole set done. So you've got the scraped hide large, and you need how much? 6 tannin each. Okay, so that'll be 12 weak tannin here. There's still some strong tannin there. So let's grab you. Drop that. Where did those hides go? Oh, did I not pick them up? Okay, so I need to go and using this. There's the 12. And we'll seal those up for more leather. Okay, and for the leather, we have tons of stuff we can make. We can make shields. Leather backpack is 6. Okay. And what's a leather backpack? So leather backpack's just a ton of leather. That's good to know. You've got saddle. We got mounts. We've got slings. So you can make a recurve bow. That's actually not that hard to make. Heavy leather gloves is a bunch of leather. Leather bracers. Apparently we can make worn leather boots as opposed to just regular leather boots. You can make scale mail and plate mail and jerkins. Pretty much I'm going to need an obnoxious amount of leather. Let's see, how do you take only 2 of the bucket? Or did it need only 2 and add? So if you pick up the bucket and you walk up, if you hold control and you get close to it, you don't actually put it down, you can pick it up one by one, and then when you right click, you put it all, you know, whatever's in the bucket back. Yeah, so we've got those all being processed. I don't have any more raw hides to process, do I? So scraped medium ones. So how much tannin do you need? 4 each. So that'll be 16. So 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I once again not actually grabbed the leather stuff I wanted to process. Okay, so I got all those processing. We also need to make more of the diluted borax. We can go ahead and get that happening here. And what was the ratios for you? So it's 5-2, so I need 20 in a barrel and then a full barrel of water. Okay, we can drop, there's the 20. It's going to take a hot minute because I can only grab 10 units at a time right now. I need to make that well like I previously mentioned. Might actually do that. So make like a little cup there to put water in so I don't have to run up and downstairs. Let's do that. I do not want to... Actually, this might work on its own. Well, you know what I could do? I already know what I'm going to make it out of. We should have some stairs in here. Those will work swimmingly. Because then I can use those. There we go. Oh, I don't need to seal it. Does the well need its own room, or so it doesn't break cellar rules? We can find out. That says 16 years. I believe that's all as high as it was. I think, honestly, it's just doing a check to make sure you are in an enclosed space of a certain size. Or smaller kind of thing. Okay. Right, so axes. So let's... I'm gonna have to grab flint to make some more axes at some point. 1.3 years for veggies. Still looks like a valid seller. Yeah. Oh, I want to drop off that last staircase. Right, so we got the trees to plant. But it's a valid fear, not fully solid blocks inside can make the game think the cellar's not complete. Gotcha. Alright, so we've got a we got red apples, yellow apples, and cherries. So the pears would be a new one. And I still, for the life of me, don't know how far apart these should be from each other, but I've been going with this. So I might be bunching them up. Pink apples. Okay. Give me a little space. Alright. Because we're working on just getting ourselves more orchard. It does make me curious if, like, the answer to this is going to be kind of like let them grow and have one of the trees in a row that is, like, the cutting tree. Like, we grow all of these trees the whole way back kind of thing. That the first tree in the row, every single time it grows up to a higher height, I cut off the top part of it to try and get more cuttings to expand the orchard. Alright, so we can go in here. Pop down there. And I need to grab this. Get some more of these to deal with. Alright, so I also still need to strip more bark. Which means I need more axes, which means I need more flint. Because I blinked and all my flint was gone. Okay, we all have the... Nope, we don't have these. No, we actually do have the second row completed. Alright. So. Let's see if we can't locate some flint. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I was kind of holding off on doing that because I figured the flint was just way better. But you're not wrong, I am just sitting on a bunch of that. Okay. Flint is better, the axes chop faster and have more durability, but if you're out, yeah. It was more than I could go out and just go after some more flint. It's fine. I have an overabundance of this material anyway, so it's not exactly hurting me. And while we're here, make 2 shovels as well. Then go collect some dirt. Alright. I can put the sticks back. Alright, so let's go grab our hammer again. Grab the logs, grab an axe. Cool. That hammer's just about done. And we can grab the worn axe. So we can maybe finish this off. Please have you get too close to backseeing. You get the habit of wanting to share knowledge, and sometimes you don't see the border reports too late. Yeah, no, I got you. No, you're all good so far. Most of the stuff you've covered is stuff like I'm already aware of mechanics, like you using the stone, because, you know, that's where you start. And, like, you just kind of verified what I'd already kind of thought, which was, you know, the flint is better than the stone. It's kind of a fair point to be like, hey, you know, you're up to your eyeballs in stone and you don't have flint. Might as well do something with it. It's more when you're telling, like, you know, telling the player, like, hey, you know, do this. Like, especially with, like, that kind of tone, that's where things start to be like, alright, come on, man. And people don't mean to do it, but text-wise, you can never really get a feel for people's tone and all that, because it's text. Huh. That'll be an interesting consideration. Okay, so we still need a bit more maple to fill in those gaps. We could use some more quartz still to fill in more of those windows. Eventually need to clean all this. The emoji are so popular. Yeah, I mean, that's honestly one of the big things about emojis. You can literally just sit there and be like, you know, smiley, winky face emoji, or, you know, Kek W, like the Keki moment things. It can be a lot easier. That may not register as a greenhouse with the block placements on the roof you just did. Not sure. We can find out. Like, once I enclose it, we could see if it shows up as one or not. Alright. There we go. Emoji are just modern hieroglyphics, really? I mean, yes, they are a pictographic language. I would not argue against that. I think that's fair. Yeah, good thing glass blocks in Vintage Story can be picked back up without the Silk Touch tool, so we could redo our build. Oh yeah, no, I've like, not even this style of game, but there's a lot of games, like, usually I'm talking like city builder kind of games, that I get very frustrated when you're like trying to put stuff down. It's like, oh, nope, you want to pick it back up. Alright, well now you're gonna just have to head over. What was the thing for the Terra blocks? It was crafted using powdered charcoal. Compost was the thing I was missing. And the compost you get from rot, and the rot you get from just food going bad. Yeah, no, I'm in the same camp of, like, it's one thing where it's like, but in real life, when you put down a building, you can't just pick it up and move. I'm like, yeah, but in real life, when I'm constructing an entire building, I can't accidentally misclick off to the side and suddenly my resources get consumed and my building appears in the wrong place. Like, there's many, many days and hours of work being done for me to gradually get it wrong, to then eventually get to that point. I realize it had already been 2 days. And also, I play video games to get away from all the hassles of real life. I know, you've seen some weird things happen in construction. Well, don't get me wrong, I've too have seen people botch construction stuff where, like, they go, hey, we're doing this, and no one circles back and goes, hang on a second, this plan is wrong. That the entire project gets done and is just incorrect. That I totally believe. Yeah, well, that is a subcontractor issue, because You have the person who knows the thing that's actually getting done in the first place, and they're 2 or 3 steps removed. You can't even blame the subcontractor because the first person miscommunicated the plan to the second person. You know, it's telephone. It's that whole thing. Where for each iteration you go through the communication, it gets a little bit farther away from what it was supposed to be in the first place. Look, you paid me to do what you said, and I did what you said. Not my problem. What you said is wrong. Oh yeah, that's the in software dev we have what's called our requirements, and you'll have a couple different names for it depending on where you're at. But it's generally a write-up that says this is the thing you need to be working on. Is like the overbroad version of it. That there is some project that needs to be worked on, and here is an outline of the details of that project. And in a good company, they take the time to be extra sure they've got their requirements perfect. But then you've got, it's usually a middle manager who's more concerned about their, like, you know, having something to show the boss than really necessarily caring about the work being done. Which isn't, like, just inherently a middle manager problem, it's just, you know, crappy employee who happens to be a middle manager. But you'll have them where they don't understand the problem. They just go, well, this person complained about this thing. Bam, there's a document. Just get it done. And a lot of times, a lot of the worst things that happen in software so far as, like, just wasted time comes from that. Where some developer pours hours and hours and hours into a thing, it's not even something anyone wanted. It's one of the things I actually usually, when you get the questions like, what's the difference between, you know, a senior developer and a junior developer and that kind of stuff. And the argument I usually will have is, you know, it takes like a senior developer to be able to stop and look and understand what's actually being asked. And, like, does it make sense? And pushback or pushing back needs to be able to go and knowing when to say, hey, we're not doing that. Like, it is, to me, in my mind, one of the best skills you can have in your tool belt is knowing how and when to say no. Because you're the subject matter expert, supposedly. You need to be able to go to your boss and be like, hey, I need to protect you from yourself for a minute. Yeah, and a big part of that is actually, as War Machine's kind of alluding to, is a lot of times people get in their head that, like, this is the solution to the problem. And being able to step back and be like, don't tell me what your solution is. Like, what is the problem you're trying to solve? Because a lot of times, you know, people who aren't in software development don't know what is actually hard and what is easy. And so sometimes they'll get themselves into this situation where they think something's, like, impossible, or they'll be like, hey, this screen, when I submit an order, I want a button that'll send it off to shipping, or whatever. And you're going, okay, well, why is that? Well, every time I put in an order, I go to shipping. And you go, okay, well, how about this? How about instead, whenever you put in an order, it just goes to shipping? Like, no button. It just goes there. It's like, oh, that would be so much better. It's like, okay. Like, what is your workflow? Let's figure out what we can do to accommodate it. And then sometimes there's, like, a valid reason why you wouldn't want to do that. But that's, you know, the conversation has to happen. But yeah, there's a lot that goes into a whole bunch of that stuff. But yeah, that was, when I was a team lead and everything, working at hiring people, there was definitely times when we were having a discussion between, like, candidate 8 or B. And thank you, Grace, for gifting that tier 1 sub to Cinderlash. The Cinderlash now has yourself some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you want them or not. But thank you so much, Grace. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. And one of those things is a reminder of when you do get subs, take the chance to just refresh your browser, because sometimes the whole thing where you got sub doesn't really kind of take and give you your benefits until you do a quick refresh. So it is worth taking 2 seconds to do it, because if you got yourself ad-free experience and you're getting that anyway, that's no fun. Yeah, and that conversation can be tricky since you have people on the other side of the fence who will absolutely get lost down the rabbit holes that can lead to other kinds of problems, scope creep and all that. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Refreshing the stream to save you for a minute. You're going, yep. Yep. But it's definitely one of those things that, like, I've had the conversations when I was a team lead and we were dealing in the hiring process that there were candidates that, you know, had applied that, you know, it came down to, okay, I've got these 4 or 5 candidates to choose between. Which one am I going with and why? That, you know, I would have my boss over me. He's like, well, why are you knocking this one off consideration? It's like, well, this person sounds like a yes person. They're just going to do what I tell them, and they're not going to question it. And a lot of bosses want that, and it's like, no, I don't want that. I want, if I am saying something stupid, I want my employee to go, hang on a second. Let's circle back and talk about that. I need to understand more, because right now what I'm hearing doesn't make sense. I don't want a yes man. If I'm hiring someone to be a subject matter expert in something, I want to defer to them for that thing and have confidence if I'm pushing that they will push back if pushback needs to happen. That's one of those things that's like super hard to try and gauge though in like normal interview processes, unfortunately. There's just not enough time. I need to like go on a thing to grab a bunch of dirt. Turn a bunch of this stone into paths.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 5 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot with that continued support and all that stuff. And congratulations to all the people who just got themselves some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. We really do appreciate that support, mean a whole heck of a lot. Kicking off a hype train with that as well. Thank you so much for that. I do hope everyone's enjoying that. But yeah, nuts. It's one of those things that I kind of learned in my career, like how to pick out, you know, good places to work versus maybe not so good and all that kind of stuff. And a lot of that does come up to those things like a good employer will let you say no, but you know, you'll still have to back it up. And thank you, Cookie, for the 100 biddies. You know, they'll be like, all right, you know, no, but like, why? Which again, that's part of knowing how to say no, is being able to have those conversations about the why and do so in a manner that you're not just being difficult. And it's not an easy skill. Because there's also people who don't like hearing no. But again, I'd rather be in the position where if someone I'm working for is making a really bad call, that I can at least say, hey, I did my part. And it's not even an I told you so thing. Though I did do that to my boss in one job, a couple jobs back. That, there was something that me and him butted heads a lot. A lot. Because he was like, we need to do this, and I just keep saying, I'm not doing it. Like, this is this is a terrible idea that we are going to regret. And it had to do with adding functionality to one of our applications, so when someone attempted to navigate away from the page, because it was a web application, that it would then try and offer additional promotions kind of thing. I was like, we need to not do that. Like, if we're gonna offer this promotion, we just offer it. Like, by the time you've reached the point that a person has decided, I'm done here, it's too late. You've missed your opportunity. All you're gonna do doing this is absolutely piss people off. And we've fought about that for... Oh, man. It must have been like 2-3 weeks that we were just going back and forth on it. That just tried to convince him so much, and finally it's like, alright, here's the deal. I want you in writing to request this of me, because I'm going to respond in writing, I think it's a terrible idea, because I am absolutely going to tell you I told you so on the other side. Which is not a thing I would normally do to him, but it was just that particular one I found is like, no man, this is so obnoxious. Like, I want to make it as clear as possible how much I am pushing back against this. I'm not willing to lose my job over it, but I'm making it clear that I want you to be very well aware what you're doing is dumb. And it didn't last 24 hours before he got told to rip it out, because the sheer number of complaints we got. Yeah, no, I've, on my other save, it's been very shallow. Like, I've seen places where you only go a tile or two deep and it goes to light fertility. I don't know if it's something to do with this biome or this particular area or what. But yeah, no, I've noticed that this is a good, like, 4 tiles deep of medium fertility soil. The one thing you're trying to... One second. One thing you're trying to argue... Where'd you go? Learn, feel out how to argue those positions. Since sometimes around a spot you feel a strong reason to object, but you can't articulate particularly why. Well, that is an important thing. If you are going to push back and see, like, hey, we shouldn't do that, you do have to be able to sit there and be like, here's the why. Like, I'm not just saying we shouldn't do it because, you know, I said so. But, like, the why. And that is, again, that is a skill. And sometimes you can't articulate why. Like, there's not a really good reason. You might think, I think it's a bad idea, but unless you can, like, genuinely put down on paper or whatever why, it's much harder to, demonstrate. Thank you so much for that hype train. Level 2 hype train at 83% with 6 subs and 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. So thank you so much for continuing to support the channel and all good stuff. Making this all possible. Ooh, chat is getting away from me. Let's see. Restart twice. I missed that. You're offering a promotion to people who click away. I would like to cancel my previous order and place a new one, which includes the clicking away state. Yeah, that would be not great. Oh yeah, no, I mean for most of them it was the customers, potential customers I should say. You know, very genuinely, you've reached the stage where they've already made the decision that they're not interested in your product, you're offering whatever. You didn't get early on and they were on the fence. They got to that point where they actively decided, I'm done here, I'm out. Like, what you're offering, I'm not buying. And then you tried to convince them. If you're gonna do those type of games and shenanigans and whatever with the with promotions and all that, you need to catch them while they're still at least on the fence. That way you can kind of like nudge them over that finish line to turning into a sale. Because you're trying to hit them after they've already actively made the choice that they're done, then, you know, too little too late. Hey, Tig, thank you so much for the 5 gifty subs. Good to see you, Tig. How's things been going? Oh, it looks like it bugged and it's going to go through the whole thing. That's fine. That happens. Please don't do that. Okay. But thank you to the 550 subs. Really do appreciate that support. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you. That sounds genuinely pretty close. That sounds like I got a wolf lake right over here somewhere. It's probably in that little ledge over there. All right, let's drop off these real fast. You lurk enough? Well, I appreciate it. Always good to see you. Okay. And we're just gonna keep on building these paths. Mostly these paths are to delete a whole lot of dirt and stone and all that, put it to some kind of use. But also, they become, like, really invaluable. When you have to clear snow actively off a greenhouse, in real life, yes. Luckily, this is a video game. So we don't have obnoxious chores like that. Yeah, I mean, this one's just like a little lagoon kind of thing, so I don't think I need... We can go from the side. So I don't expect having to go over here very much. Oh, that'd be way... we'll do it this way. Yeah, so I don't really envision taking boats down this way. If I do later on, it wouldn't be very hard to add, like, a couple of stairs to go over. I'm kind of low-key just making each direction use an entirely different system of roads. So I've got, like, the one or two paths that kind of just... They follow the surface of the road, whatever. The other one's kind of a skyway. This one is going down to, like, altitude 0 and just sticking with it. Alright, so let's see if we can find Murder Pupper. It sounded like it's in this area, right up here somewhere. As best guess. It's really hard for me to tell because I don't actually know how well those howls carry. Can you tame the dogs? Not without mods, I'm pretty sure. Because I vaguely remember when I was looking for UI mods, that people had mods for that mechanic. Well, I don't see Murder Pupper. There's definitely been one hanging over there. I've heard that howl a number of times in that general direction. So somewhere over here, there's been a Murder Pupper chilling somewhere. It's also possible there's a cave opening over there that maybe at some point it fell down there and got stuck. Okay. I'm going through this food way too fast. How long does winter last? I actually don't know. My guess so far has been end of February to early to mid-March. Because that's pretty typical of temperate places in real life. Or I should say places that have 4 seasons. In real life, most of them will be somewhere in that end of February, like, even sometimes going as far as April. Usually by May, you're solidly into at least spring. You hope it lasts forever? Depends on your location, too. You can be in places with longer and shorter winters. Yeah, no, I noticed people mention that there's, like, polar ice caps and everything in the game. And you're like, excuse me? Now, granted, I believe you start relatively close to the equator. Yeah, so I could guess some place like that being, or like maybe the wolf has fallen down into a hole like that, can't find its way back out. Yeah, no, I did see that there's supposedly like all sorts of different stuff going on there. That's the only catch is with how big the world is. There's gonna have to be some pretty solid ways to travel, really make it worth your while to go thing. You don't have sunflowers or amaranth or pineapple? I do not have those either. But it does make me curious, like, with a bunch of that stuff, if there would be a practical way, you know, traverse to an entirely different biome to go collect a bunch of stuff. You know, to bring back. Guess we got a lot of cleanup to do here. I did see there was a glider. I haven't gotten to use it or anything like that because we got to find schematics, and it definitely would allow you to get a certain amount of travel. I don't know how ridiculous it could be. I also know there are teleporters in the game. But again, we haven't seen any in this run. But that's because we found, I think I saw it in the, wiki guide thing. That I assume they're really hard to find. Hey, Nadara. How's it going? Translocators underground? Yeah, no, I figured as much. And don't spoil, like, how you locate them. Okay, we got more bread. Even more dirt. Okay. You can't say winter is coming, it's already here. Yeah, no, we're well into winter at this point. All right. You can locate them by using your butt. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Like, I'm sure there's tricks to it, like either an item or resource that you can detect them if you're close enough kind of thing. Or they make a noise, so if you're in the general area, you can start hearing it. It could also be one of those things that there's the instability. I could certainly see teleporters being a particularly unstable thing. There's lots of possibilities in how it could work that make sense to me. All right. Yeah, interesting things are often in dangerous places. Yep. I mean, generally with gamification, you have the whole thing where the better stuff is, usually the harder it is to get. All right. So I do think we're going to need to do is the next in-game day, I've got to hunt. And we do know there's a wolf up in these hills somewhere because it attacked me at least 2 or 3 different times. I think it's more west than I'm thinking, but we should probably get that sorted out. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so this will be the last of the bread this round. The real problem is I'm going to run out of arrows in not too long. Okay. What date is it in the game? January 5th. Yeah, I've been doing good in the winter, it's just we are very slowly running out of food. Alright. And we'll keep building this road. Unless I see something I can fill up with arrows. I assume you made or purchased warmer gear? Yes, I made. I've actually not traded for anything quite yet. Okay. At some point, I need to go and take one of the other roads that actually use stairs, because this road is never going to use stairs. At least I'm not planning to make it use stairs. All right. Cool. And I know I really should make some more shovels. Making your own late game armor is wild. Oh yeah, no, I can imagine. Even like making the basic scale mail from what I saw is like a whole big process. Everything I understand is that they deliberately made it so getting meaningful armor in this game is a whole thing. Alright, so I got all that picked up. So there's a wolf that's been around here somewhere, and it's ambushed me 2 or 3 times on my way back with a full inventory. So I would like to find it, and make that not a thing I gotta worry about again. Okay. Plus, I wanted to pressure. Oh, wait. What do we have running over there? Laying down? It is laying down. It knows how to make its profile smaller. I'm probably going to lose it in this because of all the brush. Yeah. It was a good shot too, but... I don't see it anymore. Well, is that deadwood I'm seeing over there? What am I seeing over here? Can't see at all what I'm doing. Okay. I'm waiting for it to turn and attack me. Okay, that took entirely too much time and arrows. Yeah, it's the big thing is just... the torch covers your whole screen, but without it you can't see in the dark. Alright. The good news, I think I only lost 1, maybe 2 arrows. Well, the problem is I played the torch, then I gotta go pick it up, figure out where the wolf went, all that. I'd really not like have to deal with that. What I need is like a flashlight for my forehead, which is definitely not the tech level this game is supposed to be in. Okay, so you're bushmeat. Or night vision goggles. I did see that there are night vision goggles. I did notice that. Okay, so while that cooks, we can go downstairs because that doesn't burn. If you scatter torches around, will they last the night? The night, yes. They're only good for about 2 days. We can hold on to the fat for all this stuff. I mean, I can make more lamps. Let's hold on to the fat in the hopes of getting the windmill and all that set up. So we'll chuck that in there. It doesn't need to be in there. We can go in here and we'll drop the rawhide in there. Oh, rain and snow will put them out? Gotcha. Makes sense. Okay. Let's go take a minute to cook all that. Guess we could build glass torch cubes along the path. Well, I think the idea is you make lanterns. And remember correctly, so there's lantern. So not that one, but these lanterns. The big thing is it requires candles, which requires wax. And so far, I have yet to find bees. I've got the things for putting the bees in if I do find them, which my understanding of what you do is you find the beehive, you put the other thing right next to it, in hopes that the bees spread, and then you can take the thing that you put the bees in back home. And, you know, then you got your beehive at home. You don't find them in winter? Oh, yeah, no, I don't anticipate that. Yeah, no, in real life, almost all insects, outside of stuff like living in homes and all that, go pretty much dormant during the winter. It's the reason when you live far up north, it's like, you've got your spring, summer, and fall where the bugs can be absolutely unreasonable, and then winter rolls around and suddenly there's no bugs. Are you sure what comes with beat? Have you checked your ears? Hey, man. You can make a gross candle. Survival situation, you gotta do what you gotta do. Skip goes in the backpack spot? Yeah, no, I saw that. Honestly, you had to install a mod for the visual cue for the beers nearby, since the game volume for me is usually down so far. You never been able to hear them normally. Yeah, I don't know if I've gotten near bees. Like, I understand they're pretty rare. But also, like, it's one of those things that, you know... real thing, because I'm assuming they show up either in bushes or in trees. Let's see. So we still need more glass. So let's go ahead and we can pop down here for now. I also realize I still have a ton of bread on me, but that's okay. Alright, I need to pack more dirt to fill in all these areas that I'm leaving open. Okay. They're sneaking around so nobody can see their wax. Well, I assume there's actually a beehive that you'd visibly see, is my guess. I'm assuming, because it wouldn't be just a bug net. Okay. When it's daytime again, I do need to make it towards copper as well. Because we got tons of other materials, but the copper is starting to get a little low. But I'd really like to get this greenhouse built. Because I do feel like once you get the greenhouse, it'll help a lot. Amusingly enough, I'm going to need so much dirt. But I'm kind of envisioning, as we, like, spread out our farm and all that, I'm gonna end up just, like, devastating entire nearby areas, like, just wanting to dig up all the dirt to, like, level it out so I can, you know, put down my orchard, my berry farm, all that, to make extra buildings as I feel a need for, like... Sorry, making dedicated spaces for different things. So, like, right now I've got the setup. I could definitely see having a dedicated place for just doing leather. Okay, I'm not going to go farther than this area right now. That tile's going to be where I limit it. And the reason for that is that packed dirt. I know I've got tons more behind that packed dirt. Of quartz and all that, because I had been digging there before. We don't really want to dig into that too much right now. Okay, so I got 7 more. Not much. Drop those back in here. Drop those in. Yeah, nothing I need to worry about right there. I also need more maple. Yeah, so I got just that middle tile of glass I gotta put in. I just need the beams up. Oh, I got 2 more of these. What am I doing? I got 2 more, Sorry, I got the beams to put in. Just that middle spot of glass there. And then that's gonna be fully enclosed. I'll need to fill in the bottom. The bottom's a mess. Which is gonna be, again, getting back down to dealing with a bunch of the other stuff. What time is it in game? 22? Boo. Let's go to sleep. Versus waiting for daytime. Alright, so it's almost daytime. Alright. So, if we are going to go for the copper, the copper we were seeing was that, and then we've got this area down here way to the south that is ultra high amounts of native copper in a very large area. So we could definitely make that happen. That is a pretty big trek down there, but I do think it's worthwhile. I've got 14 food on me. It's getting ready to be daytime, so we're going to start the march. If I do happen to see... So you're what? South by southeast. If I do happen to see some animals like moose or bear or wolf or deer or whatever, I'll probably try to hunt them to supplement our food a little bit. That's not the way I want to go. Supplement our food a little bit. I'm fighting the temptation to immediately start cutting down a bunch of this stuff. It's going to be interesting when we finally get back to not being in the winter anymore. And, you know, actually being able to see different colors other than just white and gray. I actually do have some path here. Yeah, so go ahead and add some path to the end of this wherever we get to. Also, get that tile out of here. Yeah, so as you can see, the other one is just making a flat one. This is the one that we have going up and over and basically kind of cresting the hilltops and all that. It's kind of making each cardinal direction, it's got its own little gimmick going on to it. Alright. Clean this up just a little bit. Yeah, it makes sense to keep going down. Alright. Yeah, so you can see here where it cut to low fertility soil pretty quick. Alright, because I'm also just trying to get this crap out of my inventory. And yeah, I'll come back with dirt and all that, which is fine. Okay, that's at least one stack out of here. Yeah, I'll probably make this flat. Just as far as I've got path already made for. Okay. Alright, so with this, still south by southeast, pushing to just southeast. Oh hey, onions. Alright. Yeah, that is the one thing I'm finding that I really like about winter. Is just, it's much easier to notice a lot of the plants. Convenient little fox. Got confused, got stuck in the terrain, so I just whacked it. It's funny how winter might be the best time for wild crops just because you don't get snowed over. Yeah, it's just so much easier to see them though also. Because otherwise you just get lost in the sea of green. Alright, so we're looking south by southeast again. And I'm walking and not running this time, one, to conserve food a little bit, but I'm also low-key hoping to find some decent things to hunt for food. Okay. I'm gonna leave those there. Normally I've been grabbing like all the berry bushes I see and bringing them back. But right now I'm kind of inventory is a premium because I forgot to ditch the axes. I don't mind leaving stone behind. That seems like one of those materials you can kind of get as much as you could ever dream. That's actually not got snow on it. Ooh, we're actually not far off from, temperatures that aren't below freezing. That's exciting. Yeah, because 32 degrees Fahrenheit is freezing, and we're sitting at about 18. Or for Celsius, we're at -8. So we're getting there. Okay. Alright, so straight south. It'll be interesting when spring happens, like what animals I could find. Temperatures above freezing. I'm not chasing a little rabbit. Okay. Yeah, so we found olivine there. And honestly, anywhere in this area. Okay, so it looks like I marked that there's copper over there. Oh yeah, that was that like big, deep trench that goes into the abyss. High drifter activity day. Boo, I chose the wrong day to do this, but we're already down here, so we're doing it anyways. Okay. Huh. Oh, that's where I was surveying. I see. Okay, well, there's another one I don't feel like chasing if I don't have to. You're all running away, which I appreciate. But I have that feeling the moment I turn around, you're gonna do just like this guy. Alright, so let's see if it says there's any ore nearby here. No trace of ore nearby that cave. Yeah, so genuinely, I don't know the way I got a cave system down in here. Well, actually, what's that say? This one. Never mind, I know my way down. My way down is to go to the big one I put a giant star at, being like, this is the cave you go to get into this place. least I'm assuming that's what the star was for. Yeah, there we go. That's a staircase I made down. Oh yeah, I feel like this is where I found the terrifying murder enemy. Ah, that's a column. Small amounts of zinc. Yeah, so this is where we pulled up all the copper. Like, this place is copper for days. Like, all of this is just one massive copper node. And then we had ruins down here, and I don't remember seeing the actual ruins. Well, I'm curious. And there's copper. Huh. There's bismuth on the roof. We go poke. That marks it on the map. Okay. Let me move. Okay. Cool. We can move that over there. Grab the gravel. Okay, so let's see what we got showing up in this general area. All right. Let's try this again. Small amounts of native copper. Okay. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm gonna quickly do that and I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Did I mention the game is jank as we just punted you into the sky. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. Okay. Good job, man. So we got a bamboo...
Change course. Set thrusters to full.
So, you're still picking me up, right? Right? Still getting a ride? No? We could do it. We could do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go.
Jesus, that one was tortured.
We'll deal with that in a minute. And I don't have both my melee people up this time. I have just the one. Alright, if you want to just grenade your own people, I am down to let you do that. Who needs what enemies when you got friends like that? Alright. Why did I think that was gonna work? No, don't say that way. I don't have any of the... Hey, see? Perfect. It went exactly according to plan. Obviously, it did not go at all according to plan. That said, we actually didn't take any damage from that. And it certainly could have gone worse. 98%. No, those are all good. Alright, whatever. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Well, that's not what you want. I heard it as like, where is it? That's gonna cost us. It's gonna cost us a lot, because I was at speed. I heard the noise, I was like, what? And I switched the camera out. Oh, yeah, that is a bad hit. Well, I'm glad we have our suit upgrades. That is a real bad hit. Alright, and we are back. I did end up ultimately playing through and doing all of Star Trekker. I know that was one of those games that the reception was pretty mixed. And I do think like the big problem it ran into was just the marketing side of things. Okay, so this is taking me away from Copper. It was like the marketing side of things. That they really did push the game as being like, hey, you know, it's like an American space trucker kind of game or whatever. And it was just kind of one of those things that it really wasn't that. It was far more on the resource management side of things than chill trucker game. And I do think it was actually a fun and good game. Granted, it had some real bad balance problems right when it first started. But it's just kind of one of those things that everyone's expectations were something it was not. Which again, I don't even blame them for it, because the marketing wasn't super clear. But it ended up being, honestly, a pretty solid game once they got like their first update or two. One of the big problems with it was a pretty merciless game. You really couldn't afford to take damage. Okay, so that's too far. Somewhere around here, maybe. Double check that. So there's apparently a small amount of copper around here somewhere still. There's a good chance I might have to mine up or down. Oh, never mind, there it is. Alright, so before we go farther, let's pick up that wall I made. Gotta keep our kitty door. Okay. Friend-shaped spooky friend? Yep. And for those who missed, this is actually where we got our first, like, meaningful amount of copper. That this was, like, two really, really large veins that were in this area. So we are still coming back here and picking up decent amounts. Granted, I think we're picking up trace bits. Okay, so we've got trace amounts of copper over there. Small amounts of copper over here. Okay, so with that, pick up our kitty door again. I'm gonna go a couple tiles this way. Put back down our kitty door. Make sure it still says small amounts or more. Medium amounts. That's even better than small amounts. Yeah, it's fine. And there we go. I'm a little concerned that that's open down there. It looks like that was someplace I probably was previously... Yeah, this... Oh, jeez, I got startled by my own arm. Yes, that was an area I was already exploiting that I guess we just missed a chunk of ore over here. That's not very meaningful if I got openings on both sides. Alright, so let's see what it says now. Small amounts. Which we immediately found more. Just making sure that wasn't our way out. And this is rich stuff, which is excellent to see. Okay, check another one. Small amounts, and of course we hit more. Kind of learning just to keep digging around a lot of these. Yep, exactly. Did you get like these little gaps in here where there's more ore? Okay. That's another tunnel up above to deal with. Which is a little getting me worried because now I'm giving myself way more places to be attacked from. Alright. Okay, so no more over here. So let's tap this and see what it says. Large amounts. So block it off? Yeah, I don't really have a good way of blocking a lot of this. Let's go a couple tiles this way. I'm not expect... I don't have a means to make light again, for the record. Because I didn't bring my stuff for doing that, nor do I have grass on me. Does anyone happen to know which way up is? I can't defend myself. So we'll grab one of those. And grab one of these. And make one of... Oh, it's 2 grass, isn't it? Can't stay for too long. Oh, I thought I had a spare weapon made. Boo. Okay, so we're gonna have to grab... We're grabbing another flint on the way. Don't be nighttime. It's always freaking night. Okay, let's grab some stone real fast because we can't wait too long or our stuff will despawn. But boom. Let's make a knife real fast. We just need to find one piece of grass. Why are you not giving me grass? I really need this right now. Oh! Yes. I'm trying to go fast, and it's not working out too well. Please, something give me grass. New plan. Can I put you in my other hand? I can. Alright, we got a new plan. New plan is go. Alright, so I gotta run. And I didn't bring food with me, and that's already a mistake. But I do think it's gonna be one of those things that I gotta get down there and grab my stuff, including the food, and make it work. And part of that's just gonna be figuring out our way down. Oh man, I just realized, I think I have 4 bronze pickaxes on me there. Yeah, no, I do think, because it's what, like 10 minutes or something like that? Which basically means I kind of got one attempt at this. Pretty much had way too many tools on me, and I'm really hoping I don't end up regretting that. Okay. Yeah, no, we dug forward, the sand caved in, and that would have been bad enough by itself. But with it, it dropped water in on me as well. So I think what I might actually legitimately do is make one of these lamps here. This might not be a bad idea of stuff to bring in there. Yep, that's just starvation, it's fine. I already made the comment that I forgot to stop for food, and that's possibly something I'm going to end up regretting. Really hoping we don't lose our pickaxes. I've got materials if I need to replace them. But losing 4 bronze pickaxes would be a real rough loss. Not to mention all of my other copper tools and all that. Okay, so you gotta remember, I'm going over to where it says this one, and this is the way down. Okay, so the good news is it is Drifter's calm now. Okay, it's not this way, it's the other way. This isn't right. Here we go. Where's my food? Stop giving me the brick. Okay. So now I need to rearrange my stuff. So bow here, do this. Get you out of my inventory. Pickaxe over here. Get you out of my inventory for a moment. Get the dry grass out of here. We have the torch. So plunk down a pair of torches here. Chuck you, chuck you. The cert knife. Chuck one of the axes, chuck the grass. There you are. Put you down here. Where do we even go with this? Let's see. Alright, so with that, we were right about to break this. Okay, so good news, well, goodish, bad news. The bunch of ore is not actually in that direction. I need to still rearrange, so you over here, drop you, drop you. Drop this thing. So let's go over here. Actually, I didn't even check immediately here. Because we found there was a large native copper vein here. Trace? Yeah, it's medium, but we saw large. So medium. Was this where we saw large? Was straight down? Very large. Okay, so it's below us. There's a chunk. Okay, so that's medium quality. So let's go here. Alright. That should mean I could dig in peace for a little while. Okay, there's the medium. Alright, cool. We've got some more above us. We did dig quite a bit deeper, but we should still be careful about spilling water in on our head. Alright. There we go. Let's see, blocking your way in just in case the water strike again. I'm blocking my way in just in the event that, to keep the enemies from spawning and just dropping in on me kind of thing. Okay. There's copy I picked up behind you. Oh, okay, so it's a different quality. Medium crystallized chunk. Let's deliberately go a little bit wide around these. Because a number of times I've had ore appear like an extra tile past. That's the thing I'll do, is I think I'll skirt around the outside. And then mine on through. So also open it. We don't have a full stack, so what's your deal? Oh, I guess he picked it up just slowly. Okay, so this should have us in really good shape for copper once we get out of here. This definitely feels like an area that I should take the time to, like, really clean up around it. Can bushmeat be eaten raw? I don't believe so. I believe it'll make you sick. Yeah, it is going to rot. There is a good chance I might just lose it. I'm not too worried about that if that happens. The food says you will be back. This is true. Because I do need to get out of here soon with the food situation. Okay, so we got all that ore. Trying to grab what I can out of greed. Okay. The worst thing is I actually have what I need to start a fire down here. I don't have the firewood, though. Because otherwise I could potentially have cooked the bushmeat down here, but I didn't bring what I need to make a a little campfire down in here. I'm gonna go down one more bar of food and then I'm gonna get out of here. I guess you can mine straight out, and making return easy. Yeah. The problem is, we're negative 52. We're 52 tiles deep. We're pretty far down here. Oh, inventory's full? Must be a different quality vein. Okay, so just making this a little bit easy to see. Please pick the ore up. Thank you. Okay, any more ore laying on the ground? Not looking like it. Let's get out of here. See if I can find which way out of here is. Okay, that's good. How's another vein we dug up? Okay. Yeah, this is the place I need to figure out a better solution. Get a ladder or something in here. All right. Well, the good news is I've got 4 different types of copper, and I got a full stack of one of them. Oh, shift right click to drop, like, the individual stone chunks. That's good to know for the future. Alright, so let's go ahead and get up here real quick. Because starvation will be upon us soon. Okay. Quickly me for the trip back? Oh, I probably should. Do I have the knife? Yes, I do. So what I'm gonna need to do before we get into that, let's figure out, there's our axe that's damaged. I need to get ourselves 4 logs. Well, a log, not 4. I'm gonna take the log, split into firewood. Okay, so I got you. Okay, we can turn you into firewood. Ah, inventory is such a problem. Okay, I can grab you. Grab you. Ow. And I just realized I threw away my thing for making fires. Yeah, no, I did that on purpose because I was running out of inventory space. I hadn't planned to stop and cook along the way. The big reason why I'm like, oh, I should do that is this is about to, Would you burn already? There you go. Can you light the fire with a lamp? I do not believe so. I could be wrong. That's interesting that you could pile those up like that. All right. Yeah, if you ever need to store up, you just have to go to the mines and pick up the piles. Yeah, no, I've never had a need to, like, get more stone brick. The amount of stone brick I find is, in itself a bit much. So if I chuck you in there... I'm assuming it'll keep burning. Okay. Have a piece of grass. All right. Letting resources despawn hurts you. Yeah, no, but just something like the stone chunks. You get so many. Those are kind of the ones that you're like, oh yeah, I never need to worry about this. Hey, I actually got some flax. What do I want to toss? Why are you doing this to me, game? Well, I got one bandage. I'll just use that. Clear up the inventory. Got some rye. Yeah, no, I gotcha. There's a number of games where you have stuff like that that comes up, like Project Zomboid. Historically, one of the meme things in it is not wanting to turn off zombie respawn because what if you run out of zombies? And then you sit down and do the math and go, no, very genuinely, like, you would set multiple world records multiple times over, fully clearing the map. It's not really a valid concern. Then clear out the area immediately around your base out of zombies and have, like, nothing there. But then it's also, like, there's just a lot of games that have that where it's you have a resource that is effectively unlimited, whether or not it is truly unlimited, and yeah, it's really easy to get yourself into the mind space of, but what if I run out? I believe, isn't the world in this game finite in size? It's just ridiculously large. So, like, while it is finite in size, it's effectively infinite so far as, like, the resources, just because of scale. Because that happens in a lot of survival crafters that have procedural generation kind of stuff, or just the map is absurdly big. That you worry about running out of stuff, and you gotta be like, look, man, you can put hundreds of thousands of hours into a save, and you'd still not realistically run out targeting the one resource. But all in all, the good news is we got a whole bunch of copper, so we can get our bronze caught up. We also managed to recover all of our tools. It looks like I actually had 3 pickaxes. I probably had 4 to start with and then broke one, which is completely understandable. Okay. So. Google says, by default, Vintage Story world surface area is 1,024,000 by 1,024,000. Better start saving everything. I might run out of blocks. And it doesn't consider the Z-axis either. That's just X and Y. Okay, so we could probably make some fancy porridge. Not really, because I need to have those in the same quantities for it to work. So I got all that. We got some low fertility dirt, which if I would have realized, I would have probably left behind, but that's okay. We'll just go here and do this. Okay, we've got the rope. Drop that off. We could toss the hide in here. Actually, any of you done? No, so they're all still processing. Drop the hide in there. That's more fat for later. 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll be for food. Got a lot of copper to break apart. A lot of copper to break apart, so that's good news. Yeah. Yeah, no, be a single unit of porridge. So I think I'm better served. Let's say I think I'm better served just leaving it as grain in there. We continue to use our flour for right now. Put your fancy lamp back? Yes, I should do that. Low-key, having one of these on me wouldn't be a bad idea. Or if I put out my torch. I'm assuming, I don't know if that goes out in water, whether it, like, destroys it or how that works. I'm also realizing filling those in may not have been my smoothest move ever. There we go. Okay, so we got that all sorted. All right. And I'll need firewood. I will need a torch. Let's see. I might just have gotten rid of all my sticks. Okay, so I need some sticks, and I need some grass. You have the crappy knife? Yes, let's use the crappy knife. Get it out of here first. Okay. Cool. Now I need to find some of these for some sticks. That's terrifying. Oh, that's just water. Oh, I mean, is that water? It's water that goes down to the abyss is what that is. Okay, now let me light the fire. I'm gonna need enough for a torch. Okay. Oh, I need our stick. Alright, and then we got the torch. Cool. Also note that you remove the cut eaten grass. It does not grow back unless you dig up the dirt block. Gotcha. Interesting. So get that going first. And do this. And I'll make it a point to keep that on my person from now on. That's gonna take a minute to get its stuff done. Are you enjoying winter? Winter's been fine. Like, we're slowly starting to knock down our food supply, which is not amazing. But all in all, it's not been that bad. Okay, so we got a bunch of copper to break up. Cool. So just like that, I have more copper than I know what to do with. Now we're dealing with inventory problems I was not prepared for. So that's lovely. It's fine. We'll end up making a bunch of bronze, I think is what we'll do. I'll make multiple rounds of ingots. So let's see here. I have 8 things for doing that. Let's go in here and grab a bunch of the stuff. So we have the zinc, and those. I'm gonna have to clear out inventory for all that. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so let's go here. Right now I can move you over there. Alright. But yeah, so what we'll want to do is honestly just process out a ridiculous number of bronze ingots. That way we've got them all made, and all I have to do in the future is, like, when I go to make pickaxes or whatever, just slap the ingots out in the little thing to warm them up. Okay. Because I got too much crap in my inventory. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is figure out what the ratio is for 8 of the different ingots. Alright, so drop all that crap there. Let's grab... Man, I don't know what to move around. And grab you out, drop you in, run over here, drop you there. Hop back out here because I've got bread going. Alright. We'll want to try and get that greenhouse done now that I've got those materials sorted out so I don't have to worry about, like, running out of equipment because I've run out of metal. So I still need to go to the trees, do another round of cutting down maples to strip the bark and all that. Why don't you crate the quartz? It is crated. That's the borax. Let's see. So. If I put in 70, that would be for 10. Okay, so 56 copper should give me 8 ingots worth. Don't have borax. Yeah, no, they're very, very similar looking. Yeah, so basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out, so it's 56. And then the other one would be 16 and... Yeah, so it'd be 56, 16, and 8 is the ratio, I believe, for all of what we're looking at. So let's grab the zinc. So 16, and then 8 of that. I believe that's what I need. Oh no, that's half of what I need. Okay, so another 56. I can, there we go. Because I forgot, each ratio makes 50, not 100, so it's not a full ingot. Because then we'll get that going to make 8 ingots, get them all set up. And then we could just try and remember those numbers to stock it back up again. So it's what, 112 by 32. It's another 16. Another 8. That's too many. There we go. So that's 8 ingots worth. I'm going to go over here to you and grab the charcoal. Chuck the charcoal in here. Grab you. Start the fire. Grab that. And then we just get the last of this bread out of here. while we wait for the bronze to get done. Cool, so get our stack of food. Yeah, so it's gonna take a little bit to get going. But that should give me the bronze, so I can get a bunch of that going. Got all 8 of those there. I should have enough for a good couple rounds of doing all that. So I could pile up those ingots for later use. And then that'll let me start replacing some of those tools with better ones. We can go down below, get more quartz, go out, get more of the maple trees, strip the bark, do all that stuff. Get the greenhouse done. Put you down there. Put you on my offhand. We got all that. More road to build. One other thing that's nice about the winter is that road stands out really well. So you can see exactly where the road is in each of the directions. I can also see, instead of doing the cardinal directions like I've done, choosing important points. You're like, oh, here's an area that's like really, really high saturation of copper. Okay, well, what we can do in the high saturation of copper is make the road go down there, even if it has to like zigzag between hills or you have to like tunnel or whatever to it. I could see argument for that. Now, granted, those roads would be a little bit more annoying to set up just because carving a straight line is nice and easy with voxel versus doing a road that kind of curves. It's really hard to make curved roads not look weird. Alright, so we're just waiting on that to properly melt. And I got a lot of that to pour. So yeah, so the things we'll work on the next in-game day is going after finishing off the greenhouse, the rest of the maple. Going after, if we do see any animals out there, we will hunt them. You know, other than maybe the rabbits, because they're just kind of too much work for their worth. So that we can get the rest of the structure of the greenhouse done. We can go down below, grab the quartz, mine up more of that. I probably should make some shovels and dig up a whole bunch of dirt to keep filling in down below there. Where we're pulling up that quartz so you don't have like weird enemies spawning in the walls and all that kind of garbage. Does the whole thing, like a watch pot never boils, does that also work with metal? Asking for a friend? It's also always been one of those things that's difficult for me to quantify when you start talking about things in thousands of degrees and all that. Like, I get it, I understand it, but just, it's a temperature that, because we can't feel, it's, like, impossible for us to quantify. You should have split the first stack into 2. It would have gone faster. Yeah. Yeah, no, I could have split it between the 2 of these things and gotten it going. In the future, what I can do is either split it up or do it in smaller batches or whatever. Either way, it's fine, because we're going to take all of this, pour it, and then I don't have to worry about it for a while. No, you mean using all 4 slots? Oh, I didn't know that would make a difference. That's a weird thing to make a difference for the game, but okay. Alright. Yeah, no, I get the idea that the largest stack is, but for a game who does like all this stuff for like realism and all that, the idea of taking the same amount of material, and just because of how you put it in the inventory, is like, oh yeah, no, that totally takes less time. And you're kind of like, what? All right, so even though we're not ready for it yet, $64. $64. Where... $16. $32, that was too much. I have that wrong. What do I have wrong with this? So... I think these are too low. Yeah, so if we were doing 10, we were doing multiple of 10. Oh, I think it needs to only be 56. That's right. I'm putting too much in there. And we're not going to do this right now because my ingot molds are already full. I don't want to do the math again, so I'm basically staging it. How'd the quartz mine charcoal pit go? Full 11 by 11. I've got it bigger than that because we're busy still mining all the quartz out of it. Oh, did I misstack this? There we go. So I haven't actually got it making charcoal yet, but I keep pulling up more and more and more quartz for this, you know, the greenhouse. Okay, it's once again time for it to forever and ever and ever be nighttime. Fair enough. Alright, let's go in the basement. Calm right now. Or before I was avoiding going farther over till I could fill in the spots. I'm not gonna bother. We're just getting this quartz done. I can fill it in when I need it. God, there's so much quartz. Okay. Yeah, so you care about the clear quartz. That's what we're primarily after. What do I use the other quartz for? We can make it out of glass if we have the bloomery. Otherwise, you can pulverize it down into quartz for unfired refractory brick, which is just fire clay and just about any smashed whatever. Okay. Right, when I open up that tile, that's when whatever stuff we've had stuck behind the wall will be unleashed, which granted, I'm sure it spawns and despawns and all that garbage again and again. We can figure it out when we get there. Okay. I definitely don't want to sit in my home and be constantly listening to stuff in the basement. That was stressful? Yeah. Yeah, no, it didn't increase the spawn time on the items or anything like that. I do apologize for being a little bit slower to notice YouTube chat. I don't get nearly as much interaction on the YouTube side, so, you know, I focus where the interaction is happening. But, yeah, no, I didn't increase the time, but luckily I was able to get down there. I've been, honestly, whether it's this game or Minecraft or whichever ones over the years, I've been pretty good about being able to recover stuff when I lose it pretty fast. Like, not that I've never lost a bunch of stuff. Minecraft losing stuff didn't feel nearly as important. I know it's more important now that they've got, like, the enchanting and all that kind of nonsense going on. But that really wasn't the thing when I last was playing that game. I mean, that's not true. I haven't played it meaningfully since that was a thing. I poked it a couple of times here and there over the years, but not actually, like, sat down and got into it. Since then. I went really hard on it when it first came out, and then kind of burned myself out on it and never really came back around to it.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Okay. Someday there'll be no more courts here. I'm also just kind of waiting to be, like, mining this quartz and find a completely different vein of material that's far more rare just in the middle of it all, because how ridiculously large it is. Where people mentioned it's probably bigger than my farm, we actually are under the farm now. Just dropping in to say hi and that you have your account grow so much. Well, thank you. Put a lot of work into it and all that. But today is not the day when more quartz will be here. There'll always be more quartz here. The good news is I actually need the quartz of the greenhouse. We're getting pretty close to the point where we'll have it done. Again, I do know it's only like 50 or 60% or whatever it is of the ceiling needs to actually be clear for it to count as a greenhouse. But, you know, aesthetics matter. So I am making it make sense for me because I feel like it. Even though that does mean considerably more quartz is being applied to the job. I'm not too worried with the vein of quartz we have underneath here, and I know of at least like 8 or 9 other places where I've seen quartz that I can get at. It's like going to the beach and worrying like that you're gonna do like sand art and running out of sand. Yes, technically sooner or later it'll happen. But you're also more likely to die of old age multiple times over before you get there. So not really a concern. I'm also a little bit worried breaching into this giant lake as far over as some of this is getting. Because, it's hard to tell from the map, but I actually expanded out that way that, like, in that direction, you know, there was so much of a ledge. I needed more space for my farm, so I kept putting dirt blocks to, like, just go out farther. I do know I'm not going to need hardly any quartz for a very long time after this, if ever. Do you have a spare light? Nope. Where we're at now, where the trap door is, should be emitting light. So where most of this place would be dark, I would see like the one ray of light being like, go that way. That's where exit is. Because all of this is nice and level. Granted, this might genuinely be getting big enough that I might not be able to find it because of the light not rendering because it's getting far enough away. Yeah, it's way over there. Holy crap. This goes on forever. And that's even with some of that being walled off with the dirt because I was filling it in. Okay. Gonna break in a bronze pickaxe down here for just how much I'm pulling up. Stop. Stop giving me more. It's not so bad when you continue in a direction you're slowly whittling its away. It's when you kind of like loop back and you find more back where you thought you had already finished. You found a little patch of high fertility soil, 48 blocks worth. They're now gonna be transplanted. Yeah, and that's I've been tempted. I noticed it said the really fancy soil only shows up as like its parent block or whatever it's called. That its parent block is fire clay. And I got multiple patches of fire clay. But I've been tempted to go over there with a shovel and just dig around in case, just not realizing there was an important resource there, I may have overlooked it. These are gonna have no more. Yup. Oh, wrong button. It's fine, it's chert. Okay, so those are all done. We could start with the quartz chunks. Well, so that box is, we'll drop that stack in there. Okay, we dropped as much as that can accept. We've got gravel and various kinds of sand and gravel. Yep, I could take you and make you into the tiniest bit of path. More crates. Yeah, honestly, I'm thinking what we're doing now is... It's not a resource I'm particularly worried about, but as much shirt as I'm getting... There we go. We can chuck it all into one of these crates. Being able to store obnoxious amount of materials is kind of their thing. It's just a casual, almost 1,000 shirt stone. I'll do that again with this. I kind of wish I could tell it to stack all like. So like where I'm doing this stack by stack, just be able to walk up to the box and hit a button and just hoover all of that type of material out of my inventory. Alright. There we go. Alright, so before we get to the point of going up here, making a ton of that, let's grab the saw. Also, we need to plan to make another saw soon. So what I'm going to do is instead of just cutting all of this, I need sticks. I don't have sticks. Let's go in here real fast to get my pruning stuff. Grab the saw. Let's see. That's fine. Okay. What time is it in game? Alright, so I think my character goes to sleep. So I can wake up during daytime. We go collect sticks, and we go after the maple. Because I need to do that anyways. And then we already have the quartz. With the sticks, I can make the glass, and with the glass, I'm going to try and just make enough of the thinner glass panes to cover what I need. And then we can keep the rest of the glass for other things that need glass. Okay, so we got the maple over this way. Yeah, no, I realized I could open up inventory space, but we've been having a rough time of that. By the way, you can wake up early using control. It takes an hour or so in-game, so hit it early when you actually want to get up. Oh yeah, I wasn't worried about that, but it's good to know. Okay, so let's... Why won't you let me climb that? Oh, it's... The snow's gotten stacked too high. Alright, so let's get over here and start chopping down some trees. They've already... we'll finish chopping this tree down. Next tree I need to cut off the branches. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well. And I love you more. Sleepy Tomb is sleepy. Okay. Ah. Could you not do that? So medium day. Alright. Remember shear sticks? Yeah. Alright, so we got all that. It's weird to me that you use shears to make sure you get a bunch of this stuff. Like the seasonal. It's fine, it's just a strange mechanic to me. Alright, get ourselves more maple. And I am noticing as the area that was forest slowly disappears. Oh hey, mushrooms. All right. You break the leaves by hand for the same amount? Yeah, and I got you. The idea is like you're working on the individual branches as opposed to just knocking the whole tree down and just taking what you can get from what's left. We're about to break those copper shears. But, we can then make some bronze shears. Okay, inventory's holding up. It's got bearded tooth. So we got a mushroom. Got about 2 stacks of sticks now. Okay. So that I feel fine to just cut down whatever trees we can now. Don't worry about shearing them too badly. Alright. Yeah, temperature's getting up pretty close to the 20s. We're getting pretty close to being out of the freezing. So I'm guessing by mid-February, we should start seeing the snow go away. Just trying to guess by the lowest temperatures we saw were like negative teens Fahrenheit, which is pretty effing cold. Not really another way to go around it. It's cold. it's real, real cold. Not going away. Snow is forever. Alright, so let's run back home. And chuck a bunch of these maple seeds closer to home. Oh, there's the stairs. So that hopefully I don't have to run half across the map just to get some maple. You can check the seed packs for the lowest temperature they can survive. Some things like rye and turnips, you could sow as soon as it gets above freezing during the day. Yeah. It'll be like Frostpunk, you can expect temperatures dropping below 120 degrees negative Celsius. Yup. Okay. Oh, that's... Okay. There we go. Yep. Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay, so I got a bunch of trees going in there. So I got 2 pieces of mushroom. Add on stuff for making stew later. And drop in here. There's the mushroom. Alright, so what I was going to be working on there was some other stuff. For the moment, let's go ahead and get these logs prepared. I did get some more oak. So let's get the oak loaded up into its box. We've got prepared. Okay, so that's going to be prepared medium hide. Looks like it was 10 liters of strong tannin. Okay. So for the huge... Okay, so the huge... That'd be 10 liters as well. I don't have that much strong tannin. Oh, yes I do. Is it the original save you started with? Missed a couple streams, looks very different. Yes, it is the same one I started with. Okay, and you have 2 large. Alright, we're basically just about out of the tannin. If I remember correctly for the tannin, it was 5. That's not at all what I wanted to do. It's 5 of you. But yeah, I know it's been a lot of progress going on. Okay, so you're waiting on more tenon. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. That's got a little bit of strong and a little bit of weak. And grab you out, because you're basically waiting for the next step of the process. Meanwhile... So you need how much to become soaked? 4 liters of diluted borax. Here's a weird question. If I just chuck you in there, will you use just what you need? Or will you just waste, like, 48 units or something? Alright, so we got all that. We can drop these sticks over there. I need to grab the hammer. We could strip the bark off of this. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is that would be nice to do it that way versus all the time and effort that's going into it otherwise. Oh, come on, let me out. Okay, so we've got our first stack here. They'll need hammer. I do not have the saw on me. Never mind, let's go in the basement. It's really how different your games are. You don't have early borax, so no leather. But you manage to catch and start breeding animals the way, and way more seeds for a huge farm. Yeah, no, I made the comments when I was like the very like first or second stream. I did like the second stream. I had played a little off stream. That's not what I want. Oh, I didn't need that. It's my brain's not working. So we need the hammer and then the axe. But just between the two saves that I had done, the one on stream and the one off stream, like, we're just wildly different from the early game because the one off stream I had found a ridiculous number of seeds and all that. Now, granted, I didn't get to the stage, like, that one, I basically was just a little bit past the pickaxe. The first one is all far I got because I just don't have the time. Okay. So that's the catch, is how do I want to do this? Come on, let me out of the little hole there. You know what? I'm just going to make it a beam cut across. As replayability, you think? I mean, it certainly doesn't hurt it. I didn't get quite enough, but we're very close to the amount I need. Just a couple more trees, and then that'll all be sorted. Okay. So now I've got this. I do want to make a bunch of glass. Okay. So 24 is probably enough to be needed here. So let's do this. I need to fill in the ground as well. I just haven't bothered quite yet. Okay, so it looks like I only need 2 more pieces of glass. Grab a couple more sticks. Okay, we can save the rest of that because we can potentially make that part of lanterns later. Cool. I didn't need to make that many. We can go like this, and I've got my 2. So I made 1 extra glass that I didn't need. That's okay. Because we can also sit here... Oh, that's quartz glass. It's literally only good for that. That's fine. We'll deal with that later. I can use it for a window or something later. Okay, come on. Okay. So now all I need is just a little bit more maple, and then we'll be good. So we can do in this regards. I don't really need more of that right now. Chuck that up on the wall. Chuck you up on the wall for right now. I'm not going to need either of those. We could toss this. Well, actually, we're going to want the sticks here for a moment. I'll grab 4 sticks. I'll grab these stones that are laying here. And the flint. Why am I having difficulty with this? Cannot place in a napping surface. I guess I couldn't do that one. Alright, that's fine. It might be that one specific stone wasn't the right kind of stone for doing that. Maybe the other way around? Okay. I don't know. It's not letting me do either of those. That's fine. Too soft for stone tools, so it's that one that's the problem. So the Peridot was fine. It was the other one that was too soft. So I'll grab a handful of these. And we're going to quickly make ourselves some more axes. Cool. And I'll put the last stone back in here. And done. Alright. Meanwhile, get those put down for a minute. And let's get the last of these logs sorted out. Because you only need like 1.5 stacks of maple now to have everything all sorted. Which shouldn't be too hard to do. You know, somewhere around, yeah, if we just turn to left up here, there's plenty of maple trees just over this way. Okay. We just need to grab ourselves some more maple. Then we can get that greenhouse done. And I'm kind of hoping when the greenhouse is done, it'll be warm enough inside to melt the snow. I have no idea how any of that works. If it isn't, that's fine too. It just means I gotta clean up the snow, which is fine. Because then we can go and start getting things sorted out where I move the water around to where we can actually have our plots. And then once it's warm enough, we can start growing stuff. Okay. Alright. Yeah, and I'm looking forward also to when I get back to spring, like, trying to go kind of like on a mission to try and find bees. Because that seems to be the thing holding me back the most. So far as, like, a lot of stuff I want to do, being able to get lanterns and not have to depend on torches and all that. There were some other things that beeswax were used for. So it'd be good to locate the bees, get our little beehive things, start setting up a place, you know, at the house where we can have the bees and all the flowers and whatnot. That's actually an oak, not a maple, but that's fine. We'll cut it down too. The forest must go. All right. Oh wait, most of that. Okay, so I only got one, just over a stack of maple. Honey for jam, wax for seeing crocs, candles, and lanterns. Yeah, you want bees too. Yeah, no, it definitely seems like a lot of stuff is held behind bees. So that's oak. That's oak. There's some maple. But yeah, that'll be a whole thing there. Alright, so when we get back to the house, we're going to start the next batch of bronze ingots being produced. Yeah, it's not shorter cells. Let's go ahead and get just a little bit more maple just to be sure. I'd hate to get back and be like one tile short. Now, when I get the roof on, it still might not count as a greenhouse because of what's going on underneath. I'm willing to bet I've got a hole going out the side of it underneath at the ground level. So there's a good chance I'm going to have to dig up a bunch of the bottom and start getting some soil down there. Which that just might be, I might just go and get a shovel, run over, and just start digging up a hill for all the medium quality soil. and like figure out where to take it all from there. All right. It's also interesting how much the map changes in these. These are always the kind of games that I kind of low-key want those kind of mods that'll like take a picture of what it looks like from above every X number of in-game days or hours, whatever's appropriate for the individual game. So just over a very long period of time, you can just kind of see how much the map changes on you from all your stuff you do. That's kind of the same thing I want with like when you're doing the Silver Run map in Farm Sim. It'd be kind of fun just have like snapshot at the end of each thing. Yeah, no, we're definitely freezing. It's fine. When we get home, we'll start to warm up. Well, I didn't want it to huck me off the mountain because some snow fell. Like, if I was going a long way for a long while, it'd be a problem. Alright, hang on. Not that one, because I don't want you to accidentally place that. Okay, did we get all the wood? Or at least most of it? Okay, it looks like it. Alright, so let's go to a road. Run home. That should be enough. The other thing I might have to worry about with the road at home, people are mentioning that the half blocks can make rooms not detect right. I did put half block paths on the floor of the greenhouse as well. So that's another possibility for things that could get screwed up. But that'd be easy enough to work around, of just yank those things up, shove dirt underneath them till we figure it all out. And then we are home. Okay, so let's see here. Toss the sticks in there. We've got multiple different types of seeds to deal with. We'll deal with those in a moment. We can grab the oak and chuck it in storage down below. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? So that's that put away. For those who don't know, Azrael, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a whole range of games, a lot of simulation, all that stuff. So I see you're playing the firefighting simulator. How was that? Because that was one of those ones I wasn't sure about. That, like, it could either be really good or really the opposite of good. Absolutely incredible. Oh, like, really, really solid? Okay, cool. I was a little worried it was going to be... You know, there's been a lot of simulators that have come out that are pretty rough. But hearing that it was actually good, that's awesome. Okay. Then grab you. Put the bronze hammer back. That should be more than enough of those. In the meantime, we can grab you. Charcoal. Alright, so 56, 56, 32, 16. Alright, grab you. Did really well done. A few crashes, which is annoying, but the multiplayer But the multiplayer, great graphics, interesting gameplay, and really good job of building atmosphere. Nice. I'm glad to hear that. Like I said, that was one of those ones that I was looking at being like, man, I don't know. It's kind of... I'm kind of at the point when something has simulator in its name now. You're like, okay, hang on. Is this good or is this rubbish? Because there's a bunch of the older simulators like Farm Sim that are really solid, and there's a bunch of the new ones. You know, like all your supermarket simulator kind of games. And those are really a crapshoot. But there's good ones in there. There's a lot of really not good ones. Okay, so 32. 1 second, you can eat in a minute. Yeah, they knocked that apart. Good to hear. Alright, so you're still getting that sorted. That's gonna take a minute, so let's grab that. And quickly pop outside to plant the trees. Cool. So we got those. Let's run back inside again. Grab this thing. Switch it to this hand. You're still heating up, so that's good news. That actually looks like it's going to take a hot minute longer. So let's see about getting this sorted out. Alright, it's all enclosed on this side. Now, like I said, the bottom's a bit of a mess. There's a good chance it won't count as a greenhouse still. But that means that part's done. So the next thing I'm going to need to do is just grab myself a bunch of other things to get going. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so what I'll probably need to do next is I will just need to go and pull up a bunch of dirt. So I can get that knocked out. We don't have a shovel already made. That's fine. We can go over here. Make a couple of shovels. And I need to, at some point, get to actually making more of the metal shovels. But yeah, so we can put down a bunch of the medium quality soil. Alright. And then I will need 3 branches. Let's go grab you, because you should be about to heat up. Cool. For our ingots. So we got more bronze on standby. Okay, and then you're done, so drop you off. Put you back in the wall. There we go. Let's say actually I picked up the hammer. There we go. Crucible of molten metal is not exactly cool. Yep. Yep. Okay. Oh, we can go here. Alright, so let's go find ourselves some earth to dig up. Okay. Because eventually I'm going to need to dig this up anyways for where I'm making these berry bushes into like all these rows. So I figure that's serving two things at once. Just expanding our farmland, giving ourselves a little bit more flat terrain around us. Alright. Let's see, where does high fertility soil? Just rare to find? Or do you have to treat medium? So, high fertility soil, I believe you just need to be in like the right biomes and then find it kind of thing. I don't know that for sure, but that's what I'm led to believe. I do know the really, really fancy one you can either craft, or I believe it also shows up from red clay from what I saw in the little wiki thing you have in the game, the little guide thing. Alright. Oh, you're all good, Infinity. I think you said hi. I could be wrong. Alright. Gotcha. Yeah, and I was under the impression that the really, really good one is super duper rare. Okay, so we got medium fertility soil there. Alright. I forgot that's where my tools, my fields were for all this stuff. That's fine. I can replant it someplace else. Okay. Yeah, no, I had it all planted from when we were trying to do the thatch roof. Before, you know, came to the realization I could make the thatch roof out of hay as well. Okay. I have a pretty strong feeling that I'm going to need to pull up these walkways to, like, close this all in. Okay. Well, that's fine. Okay, we'll have a spot there. And a spot here. And a water spot there. And a water spot here. A water spot here. All right. Digging up the snow to make sure I can actually see what I'm doing. Wonder what the easiest way to tell if this is or is not considered a greenhouse is. Okay. You plant a berry bush, it should tell you if it is. Makes sense. Alright. All these cattails I spent all this time collecting. Which will still have them to plant. I'm just gonna have to relocate them. Dirt blocks will say something about temperature. Okay. Alright, so we got all that. Okay, so I need more. Hey, FG, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for FG Square, by the way, and our fantastic content creator on the platform? And a friend of the channel, you know, all that good stuff. Welcome from the House Kid Frequency stream team, all of that good stuff. Let's see, get you and you pulled up here. Been playing a lot of Story of Seasons. I had to think about the name for a minute. So if that's your jam, you can find it over there. We can go ahead and grab you and chuck you in a box. There we go. Doing well. Last stream before election year. Heading to London tomorrow to meet with Kiri and Husbando. Nice. That sounds like it'll be a lot of fun. I'm also realizing I'm going to have to make my character make more bread here in a second. Because I'm just trying to, like, send it with getting this greenhouse built. That should be a lot of fun. How's Vintage Story going? It's going good. I'm building a greenhouse. And we have reached the Bronze Era. So it's coming along nice. And like in this game, a greenhouse actually does things. And we're almost through winter, which will be nice. Because it'll be good to be able to actually grow food again. Versus surviving on what I've got stored and the occasional animal murder. Because my flour is getting pretty low. I do believe if I stopped as like, alright, let's just focus on food for a while, and just hunt and stuff, it would be no big deal. But I want to build. Okay, so pretty soon we're gonna start getting real sad because we're getting real cold out here. Body temperature is crashing hard. I feel like at even 8 degrees Fahrenheit, if you're sitting here going this hard at digging, you would not be facing hypothermia that fast. Now, once you stopped, that would be a thing. But you can actually endure a pretty nasty amount of temperature while you're active. I mean, okay, again, assuming we're wearing the clothes we're wearing and not like you're out there in shorts and a t-shirt. Okay, so I've got those. Okay, so our body temperature is warming up again since we're indoors. You would not want to hop into water. That absolutely. Okay, break all this ice. Pull up this. All right, pull up this spot. Let's see, were we fighting about firefighting sim? Oh, we weren't fighting about firefighting sim. Yes, we were talking about the new firefighting sim that is one of those games that I was not sure if would be any good kind of thing. It looks like one of those games that'd be like right on that fence of it's either good or it's absolute garbage. Which is just a lot of simulation games kind of fall into that like weird dichotomy where they either did it really well or it's appallingly bad. And there's like no in between on so many of them. But from what I've heard, people are mentioning it's actually pretty solid. This +5 greenhouse now? Oh, did I miss it? +5 greenhouse. So where did you see the +5 greenhouse? Let's see, you did that one yesterday. It was quite fun. Better multiplayer than you better in multiplayer, the NPC AI gets silly. Gotcha. Yeah, no, the new game I did recently, you had a tool in your hand. Oh, on the farmland. Gotcha. Cool. So it's a greenhouse. We officially have built our greenhouse. Meanwhile, my character is complaining about starving to death. Some people wanting so much. Like, no, I haven't eaten in a while. I'm actively dying. Come on, man. Yeah, I hear you, neighbor in the wall. Don't worry about it. So I can grab all that. Okay. And grab her bucket. Go back out in the cold. Run out in the middle of the ice. There's some rye bread. Rye bread. And a little extra water. Drop you there. Grab some of our firewood. Put in our bread oven. Light our fire with our torch. I'm suddenly questioning whether or not I did I take our molten material off the fire? I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, so we already got our ingots here. Cool. Alright. This snow making these tiles technically just ever so slightly higher is very infuriating. Alright. I'm going to need you to burn wood. Thank you for listening. Okay, so we got our rye bread cooking. So let's toss the dirt in there for a minute. Grab the charcoal. Chuck the charcoal here. And set that on fire. Okay. I'm going to need you. So that way when our bronze is molten, we can fill our molds without searing our hands. Alright. Yeah, hit points is just a resource. All we are doing is leveraging our life points as a way of extending the amount of hunger we can use during the winter. Alright, and let's eat our not particularly wonderful rye bread. Low-key, real life, I actually really like rye bread. In this game, rye bread, not the best nutritionally. It's not as bad as flax. Flax is pretty awful bread. Okay, so you got a while to go. Okay. So yeah, so we got our wonderful greenhouse here. I'm going to need to take the bucket to get all the water spots filled in. We'll also want to get it all plowed up and everything. I suspect even with it being a greenhouse, middle of winter, well below freezing is probably still not viable for growing things. Because it said it was only 5 degrees warmer. So we'll need to see what the temperature tolerance of our crops are. Okay, we can put this away. Let's go check on the molten metal we've got cooking downstairs. It's got a ways to go. Okay, so let's look at our seeds. So, let's see. How did you get in here? Sir? Sir? That's trespassing. Did I leave the hatch open? No. Man, I do really wish this game was a little bit... Oh, well, I probably didn't drop in from there. It's very unlikely. Can you heat up the greenhouse in any other way? I have no idea. Because it does seem like it'd be very impractical to have an enclosed space greenhouse in an area where making heat is basically fire. And have an enclosed space to try and grow crops in what's effectively going to be a firebox. Okay. High activity day. Okay, so you still got a little whiles longer. Now back to what I was doing before I was interrupted by that thing. So, you can resist minus 10 degrees Celsius, minus 5, minus 1, minus 5, minus 10, minus 12, minus 5. So we'll check to see if we can grow those here in a minute. Do we have our plows ready? Or our hoe? That's not what I meant to do. What I did. So I can check on the temperature in the evening how low it gets. Just gotta keep in mind we're talking Celsius versus Fahrenheit here. Where's my bread? There's my bread. The rye bread genuinely looks to me just like a brick of stone. So I got the axe in the bar. What was there? We got the shovel here. Got that. Let's go downstairs and check on our molten metal. Okay, before we burn our hands. Okay. Make some bronze ingots. And then we can drop you back off. And my bread's probably burning. Okay. So I managed to not burn our bread. And we got 8 more ingots going. Let's see if we have enough material for another round of ingots. Man, I could really go for an auto sort, so we got... Okay, so we definitely have enough for this. So... I need to drop off that. We can drop you in here, split the stack. Grab you, grab you. There's the 10. I believe I needed 32 of you to have the ratio right. And then 16 of you. I don't know why I thought that'd make any kind of difference. Alright, so I've got that ready, but we gotta wait for those to cool off, so no rush on that. So, it's showing it as 12 degrees Fahrenheit outside, minus 10 or 11 degrees Celsius. So you can handle minus 10. With the plus 5, I believe that does mean I can actually get away with planting these again. Before we worry about that, let's get the water all sorted out, start hoeing the fields, getting it all done. Let's grab our water bucket. So you've got water, you've got water. Okay. Oh, it was just shift click. That's my problem. Here, we got you, we got you. Alright, I think they're all filled. Alright, looks good. Then put you back away. And now I got a lot of field prep to do. Pull up all the grass in here first, so I don't have to deal with it as we go along. Okay. So I got all the grass pulled up. Nope, there's this tile. Okay, so I've got this area here. We can go ahead and you will be rye. Cool. That's that field. Okay, and then this one can be our parsnips. Now we can have another one to be carrots. We'll make it one of the corner fields right now. Okay. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. I was debating whether I wanted to try and plant more of the same crop, but we actually have two large areas of the rye. Let's not push our luck. The other crops I don't think we can plant yet. I think it's too cold. Yeah, because you, -5. -1, -5, -5. So you're the least capable of handling the cold. Wait, does it say not? Does it no longer say +5? Because it no longer says +5, we've got a big problem. It's gonna kill my crops. The only thing I did was the fields. Open door? No, I don't think the open door. We didn't change any blocks on this. What I think I'm gonna do to check it... Oh no, that says +5. What? Huh? Oh, so what you're saying is when I do this, it won't mark it as a greenhouse until a little while passes in game. Well, hopefully that doesn't cause a problem for our crops we planted. Because technically it's too cold, unless we have the greenhouse buff. And it'd be pretty salty if I planted all of that rye, and then lost all of that rye. Okay, so let's go down here. I believe there's a hoe made out of copper on the wall. Yeah. Also, where is my water jug for watering? That's going to go in the farm area now. If we were to put a fire of sorts in there, would it help keeping it warm? No, I don't think so. I don't think it's being smart enough to do like this whole big calculation about what temperature is inside here. Because normally by default there's a setting about whether or not you can grow stuff indoors, not counting the greenhouse. So I think it literally is just going to take the outside temperature. I could be wrong about that, but that would be my guess. Okay, so we've got that all handled. We're going to water all our crops. Get the moisture up to 100%. Because I have noticed it doesn't... Okay, cool. Those ones are showing as a +5 with the crops in them. Okay, so we got all those. Not exactly what I had in mind. There we go. I guess you can sit right there. Alright. So let's see. So you got a rye bread. Cool. Alright, so we're looking like we're in pretty good shape with all that. We can go downstairs and check back on our bronze. Cool, that's ready for me to grab. And then with that, I can go over here. Sir, I don't know where you keep coming from, but I need you to please leave the premises. They're probably spawning down in these little pits out where my pit kilns. Alright. Okay, so let's see. Do we have... So I do not have enough copper at that point to make yet another full set after this. But I think we've done pretty good. I've got almost... Man, I got a ton. So I got 27. It'll be 35. Let's see, if you were to put a fire of sorts in there... Oh yeah, sorry, I already read that. Yeah, so you got 35 bronze ingots by the time we're done. We got all this sitting here. We got the axes. I should also be able to go down here because I forgot I hadn't finished with this. That's the weak tannin. So I believe for the strong tannin, you plop that in. So that's being turned to strong tannin. Now we've soaked you. So we could drop you. Grab that one. Seal that up to process it. I'm gonna grab you. Scrape it. Yeah, so those are scraped. That's prepared. That's waiting for the really good tannin. So I guess for this one, might as well get another batch going. Because we're low on the weak tannin as well. Toss the oak in there, seal that for more weak tannin. Okay, so I got a little bit of weak tannin there. Maybe enough for... Oh, we don't have another raw one to be done. That's fine. Because I got some strong being made. Got some weak getting sorted. And I don't even remember what we got going on. But we're basically processing a ridiculous amount of things. How's that temperature coming along? You're going well. Ooh. It's getting too cold. I did not watch carefully. I was like, oh yeah, it's like 10, 11 at night. That's probably as cold as it's gonna get. We are exactly at the temperature tolerance. We are below the temperature tolerance of the things, even with the greenhouse. Oh no, we're above again. Okay. It poked below the acceptable temperature for just a fraction of a second. Can you make anything with leather yet? If I have more. It takes quite a bit of leather to make things, unfortunately. Like, I think it was something like 9 leather or something like that to make the bigger backpack. Now that said, a lot of those things aren't giving me just one leather piece. They're giving me like 5. It's just there's several steps to the leather working, like a lot of processes. We're kind of just waiting for all that to get sorted. Alright. I could probably also make a bunch of lead ingots. I don't really need them. But I got all this stuff here. At least I could stack the ingots to make them look nice with the rest of these. Ow. Fire hurts, chat. Okay, any second now that'll be done. Okay. It would be good at some point to expand this even more. To give me a little bit more space. To not have to climb over the ingots to get to where I'm making the ingots. But that's fine. So we got all that lead, we've got the bismuth, we've got some copper. The zinc is also getting low. Like I said, I'm feeling pretty good about this, that we're going to have 35 ingots there. That's going to last us a little while. Granted, I'm sure I could burn through it really fast if I feel like it. Oh, I need to drop off our blacksmithy tong things. Make a storage room? Yeah, there's that. I'm honestly thinking what I'm going to do is this area down here we've got. I could see expanding out a little bit more to this side to just open up this blacksmith area. A couple more tiles would be all I need there. I could see... Ultimately, we're going to move away from the pit kilns to a proper kiln. There's a couple different options we have for this. We've already got down here our actual cellar. And then down below would be where we'd have our charcoal pit. It could also be those things, instead of having it all part of the same main building, I could have a separate building for some of those things as well. Okay, so nothing I need to deal with here. The temperature is once again too cold. So I'm really worried I was too greedy for planting these. So far it says the rye is growing. But we are on that fence where it's at like exactly the temperature it needs to live. It ever so slightly dips below and above. Stunted due to cold, 75% yield. Stunted due to cold. Oh, interesting. Not all of them got stunted. I did notice all of them are now showing the greenhouse buff, so that's good news. At least we know for a fact that the greenhouse is working. Okay. You know what does the campfire thing? I mean, it's not gonna work. They don't have, as far as I can tell, they don't have the concept of like full simulation of temperature. I think it's just, are you indoors or outdoors, above ground or not? I believe it is something that if you are standing next to a fire, you, the player, will benefit from stuff. But that'd be a lot of simulation to do all the temperature management. Like, that'd be very computationally heavy. Like, if you think of oxygen not included and how ridiculous the computation gets on that game at times, it'd be inviting that kind of thing. Okay, so all that's not showing as stunted. All of that is. The good news is it didn't die, but it does mean we will take a penalty there. The idea that this says, like, there's 41 hours until this grows, and it appears to be potentially real-life out. No, okay. Okay, no, that's in-game hours, because 1 minute's going down per second. That's still a long time. So we're looking at over an hour of just like per phase, which is fine. They grow slow. That's not unexpected. All right, so I think you're hit during the blizzard last night. Maybe. So we're in February now, and it's still considering it as winter. Can be grafted. So none of these have been planted long enough to know whether or not they've survived transplant. 41 minutes? Yeah, but that's per phase. That's not surprising. These are the kinds of games that you don't just plop something down and pick it up later. You plop something down with the intent of using it quite some time from now. Alright, so let's go see if we can't find any wildlife to murder. There's a murder pupper who's been up in these mounds. We killed one. I still got 9 arrows. We killed one over there. But I heard another one yowling over there, so let's go and see if we can't figure out where they're chilling at. Because it'd be somewhere up in them there hills. Can also do here real fast. Let's drop these brick for more road. Keep expanding our little highway between the different areas. Okay. And this is the one I've been leveling out. I do appreciate even when the road gets snowed on, it still shows it. As like this style of road on the minimap kind of thing. Okay, so we got some reeds I don't really care about. Alright, so let's go see if we can't find some critters in the area. So we are looking for bears, wolves, elk. Pretty much everything bigger than like a rabbit. Because that'll bring in more leather. It'll give me a little bit more meat to hopefully mitigate how much of our grains we're using. And I said I wasn't going to take the rabbit, but I mean, it's literally right there. Can you circumnavigate the world of this road? I have no idea how any of that works. And what limitations it may or may not have. I suspect it would be one of those things that, even if you could, it'd be such an obnoxiously big task. You could do it kind of on paper, but could you do it? Not really kind of things, is what I would guess. Because the world is huge. Like 1 million blocks in each direction by default. Sorry, it's 1 million blocks, not in each direction, it's 1 million blocks in general. Hello, I don't know what you are. Please stop goring me. Okay. Angry deer. The world has an edge in the options. Can you fall off? Oh yeah, so you couldn't. So you get to the edge, it doesn't circle back. To be fair, I don't think it'd be worth the time to implement making it so it circles back. It wouldn't be a big undertaking, but you're talking a pretty extreme movement. Alright, can I find where those other arrows went? Because I'm missing 2 arrows, it looks like. And they can break. Because I want to say I saw it around here somewhere. Alright. Oh, nope, there we go. Okay, so I'm only missing, I think, 1 arrow. Realistically, I probably broke one. Okay. The fact that so many animals just lay down in the snow so that you can't see them because they're all covered, like, you know, it's white on white kind of thing, is actually kind of cool, but also kind of difficult. Oh, from my, I thought that was a bear. Just jumping at my whole shot. We, like, killed the 2 or 3 bears in the area around us, and I luckily have not seen a bear since. That might be an animal way down there. Can't tell from this distance. I think it is. I'm not sure, though. Not big, whatever it is. Oh, they're cute little foxes. Adorable little foxes. Didn't think that one through. Get rid of those. Give me the meat. Ooh, get rid of that. That's easy to replace. I hate how ridiculously aggressive the game is about picking your stuff back up. I kind of wish there was a small window from, like, when you drop something, it wouldn't pick it back up for several seconds. A lot of games do that kind of mechanic. Alright, let's get some high ground again. The good news is the red meat isn't the really crappy bush meat. Okay, and it's almost time that we head back. Alright. It does make me a little curious if you can net positive your number of seeds by just growing stuff, because I mostly seen when I harvest stuff that I get a single seed back. And not always. But I could see it's one of those things that if you grew it all the way start to finish, maybe you could get a couple extra seeds each time, or maybe have a chance of a couple extra seeds each time. So you could slowly build up a decent supply. It'd also be nice so it's not winter, so I can actually tell the difference in a lot of stuff, because, like, regular old stone versus flint. Really easy to tell when not everything's white. Alright. Okay, so we're almost home. Get that going. And I did talk with Tomb earlier. Earlier at the stream I said I did not know if I was going to be streaming tomorrow or Thursday, or Friday, because Thursday and Fridays are normally my days off. It is sounding like most likely there will not be a stream tomorrow. There might be one on Friday, is what it's sounding like. Because normally I stream every days but Thursdays and Fridays. I believe full-grown crops always drop one seed and have a chance to drop a second. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds good. I kind of figured it'd be something like that. With the type of game this was, you'd have a small chance of increasing it. So as long as you took care of your crops, you would gradually grow thing. As far as you've seen, as long as the crop is 100% grown, you get one seed back with a chance for a second. If harvested before 100%, but close to being 100%, not likely to get a seed at all. Might get food, but early stages seem to have a higher seed chances if you harvest them early for some reason. Interesting. I would have just assumed it was like, the farther along it is, the better the odds. Okay, so let's drop some stuff off. You have some weak tannins, so drop you in there and slam the seal on that. Or not. Oh, right. I'm doing that in the wrong order. You go in here and seal that. You gotta do this order in the process. You gotta do these things in the process order. Words are hard, chat. Okay, so we can go down here, and I still got a bread. Let's drop off. There's the heckin' Borker out there still. The one I keep saying, let's go hunt down that one heckin' Borker and get it to stop borking. And it just mocks me. Because I know the moment I'm going for ore or something is the moment I run into it that it's going to maul me and I'm going to have to deal with it. We'll want to scrape this. And that can go in the weak tannin. You can drop off the dirt. Got some flint. Okay, so I've got the bush meat, which it's just all I can do worthwhile of it is just straight up cook it. Here's what I'm gonna do. So get in there. And now let's see how much of the different ingredients I have to see if I can't make, like, a proper stew. Okay, so if I put you in there, you'll last for 2 in-game weeks. I might just leave it there for right now. Okay, because it has to be... I could do 4 helpings. So the thing is, I have to have equal number of ingredients if I make it. So I'd either put that in as 4, or I could put 2 stacks of 3 in that. Or I could do a stack of 2 meat, mushroom, and 2 flax grain. Let's see if that'll work. Oh, even better. Try that. Let's get heckin' fancy in here. It might not like it. It might be like, that's not a recipe. Alright. So, grab one of these. First. Grab you. No recipe match. Just, so I'm just gonna grab all of it, chuck all that back in there. Actually, I wonder if it'll tell me the recipes. So you can cook it into red meat. I can make it into meat stew, which is 2 to 4 solid pieces of meat. We can make it into soup. Or we can make it into a red meat pie. When I have more grains, we can make some heckin' pie. Two servings of hefty. So I'll need 2 of these. Okay, I think I'll actually need a little bit more firewood. The meat stew, the first 2 slots must be red meat, for example. Oh, I see. And so you could do the first 2 slots red meat, and then I could add, like, carrots and stuff, or whatever, into the next slots to have, like, red meat stew, or, like, meat stew with mushrooms. Gotcha. That's fine. We're gonna go ahead and get these done, because they only last for 1 day if I don't put them in the process, or underneath. And if I do put them there, then they only last for 18 days. So this will still be enough to probably feed me for a better part of a day, I would guess. Alright. We have my 2 servings. And that is 1,680 calories, or satiation or whatever, per bowl. Hot dang. A lot of the stuff we're eating is like 200. Okay. So with that said, though, chat, it is going to be about that time. I've already snoozed the ads a couple of times, so you didn't have to get subjected to them, but I'm going to need to be wrapping up for the night and all that good stuff. But as a reminder, if you have enjoyed the content tonight and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I do stream pretty much every day but Thursdays and Fridays, and I'm pretty guilty about streaming on my days off as well. But with that, I mean, the stew was basically half a deer. Yes. Or the whole thing. But with that said, if you're ever trying to figure out what's happening on the channel, whether or not we're streaming or want to weigh in on what games we're playing, that happens on the Discord. You can see the link there. But with that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host ready, but thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. For everyone over here on Twitch, though, I am going to put up my ending stream screen and find someone for us to raid. And as I said earlier, it is